Hello. Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. Thanks for coming over and coming to watch. We're gonna treat this as a test live stream for the first live stream. So there may be like a few mistakes here and there, but no biggie. This is what a test live stream is for. But we're gonna treat it like a regular live stream, okay? Without further ado, hi. I'm Human Doberman, but I go by Rico, so you can just call me Rico if you like, if it makes it easier for you. I'm an aspiring comic artist, obviously, but we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes. I'm just testing out a lot of stuff, seeing how things go, trying to make this an entertaining live stream for everyone. Be sure to let me know in the chat if the volume is like too loud, like if my voice is too loud or the background music's too loud. Just let me know if you see any like technical difficulties, and I can go ahead and get that like fixed and rectified. But without further ado, let's just go ahead and start. So yeah, today I'm just gonna be showing what I'm working on. This has been a project I started last October. It was more of an on and off project at the start, but it's now becoming more frequent and more of a consistent work, and it's gonna be my next main big project. The title of the series is called Death Row Underground, and it's a one-shot miniseries. The plans for it is set to be for 8 chapters, and currently we are 75% in with finishing chapter 2. Now today, I'm going to be working on one page from chapter 2, and I will be showing you these 6 pages that you see right here that I'm hovering over. I'll showcase those pages, and if I feel like it, once we're done with this one page that I work on, then maybe we'll go ahead and like work on the next. I'll also be showcasing some pages from chapter 1 just to show you guys like a gist, and I will also like give you like just a quick rundown of like what you're seeing, just to get you into the know with what's going on with the series. But yeah, let's go ahead and start. So basically let's start off with just showcasing some pages from chapter 1. Alright, bear with me. This may work, this may not work. Let's see how this goes. Alright, so yeah, okay. Perfect. Alright. Okay, so chapter 1. So Death Row Underground is basically, the gist of it is, it's set in 2050, and obviously the location's in Japan, and it's set in a universe where, you know, like superhumans, like there are people that can have like superhuman powers, right? But it's not like a common occurrence. And what we're focusing in this like standalone story is basically we're following 2 convicts that are like on death row, as I guess you could say, who are like basically they're entered into like a fighting promotion, right? And whoever like wins in the promotion gets to get their sentence down some more, or like their death sentence you know, rectified. And the only thing is that these 2 guys like are pretty much like more than your average human. They're in the superhuman like sense of the word. So we'll go ahead and show you like our main characters and such. All right. Okay, so yeah, so it takes place on in the detention house, underneath the detention house, and then this is one of our main characters for this work. His name is Daichi Shigai, which means like basically means the Earth's corpse in Japanese, and he's representing the red corner for the main card of the night, with a sentence of 10,568 years for slaughtering an entire military platoon. So like he's got a lot of fights to go in order to like bring that down. And then we got our other main character, the next fighter, the reigning champion, the undefeated Organ Devourer, which I don't remember how you say it in Japanese, so I'm gonna just say it in Japanese. Organ Devourer. But yes, he's representing the blue corner, and he's with the sentence of 57,432 years for slaughtering an entire orphanage. I know it's pretty fucked up, guys. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know like why they left him alive. What's he doing here? But he seems to be a favorite, I guess, for since he's a champion. And look, he's got 57,000 years, like, and he's an undisputed champion. He's never gonna get this, like, you know, depleted. And then here are just like some shots that I chose, like, that I wanted to share. I could have shown more, but like some of it is like I rather would want you guys to like experience it firsthand when it comes out. By the way, when this series is done, when these 8 chapters are done, that's when I plan to release it. It'll be a weekly release, and it's gonna be completely free for everyone to read. I'll probably set up a Patreon if you want to read like a chapter in advance. So probably I'll set it up to like $2, so you can just read the chapters in advance if you want. But they'll release on a weekly basis. So basically an 8-week release, completely free for everyone. You can read it at your heart's, you know, content. It's going to be slated to be released on Global Comics and Manga Plus creators. So just be on the lookout for that. The release will probably it's probably no time soon. It'll probably be a while before it releases, but when it does, that's where the platforms it'll be on. And then we have this cool looking shot of some dude walking down and bumping into like this, you know, this pedestrian, and he's like, ugh, what the fuck? Where are you going, man? But then he sees how this sprawling like titan is just like overshadowing him, right? And he's got this like leather jacket with spikes, and it's like it says Port City Dragons on the back. Like, what is Port City Dragons? Is that like a biker gang or something? And then this is the reveal of that character, and you're like, what the hell is this? This thing ain't human. What the fuck is this? You know, and now you're like, who is this dude, right? Like, what the fuck is he doing here? You know, like, so it's just another like thing to get you like hooked and being like, what is all this stuff? You know, like I'm so like intrigued. You know, I want to know why there's like an alien looking dude who's like also like kind of cybernetic in this like, you know, story. Like, what? Like, now I got to deal with some kid that killed a military platoon and like some brute that killed an orphanage full of kids. Like, what is this? This is insane. And like, mind you, this is all taking place underground, illegally, in an illegal promotion underneath the main detention house of Japan. Crazy stuff. Like, this is all happening beneath everyone's feet, and they don't even know. And then here's like a cool like impact shot, right? Now, obviously, I'm not gonna tell you who's that and like what's like this tied to, like what it pertains in the context, but like this is like a little taste of like what some of like the impact panels or the action panels are gonna look like for you, and like just to give you a little taste of like how like adrenaline inducing it might like be, looking forward into it. Sorry, my English is bad. And then here's another impact shot, a collision shot. Look at that dude in the bottom. He's like, what the fuck, man? I need to get out of here. I shouldn't have come here. You know, stuff like that. Like, this is like, these people signed up to come watch this fight. But look, now they're realizing that they're not built for this. You know, like, it's all like, it's just all coming together. Chaos, the adrenaline, you know, people are running. People are staying and cheering. They're like, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. You know, like, death and fighting. I don't care if I'm gonna die in the process. I want to see this. And then you have some old Japanese dude in the background like, honkiri desu ka? Oh, miraki, you know, stuff like that. And then obviously, the only spoiler that I'll give you guys is basically the last page of chapter 1, which is one of our main guys, Daichi, just like anthem ready to proceed this fight to continue. And it was just it was a hard decision to show this page, but I think it was best because it can I wanted to showcase like you know, just like the artistic ability of the one shot to you guys, to show you like what you could be seeing as well. But yeah, so like those are all the pages that I'm willing to share, at least right now. I may change my mind later out through the live stream, or maybe another day during another live stream if this works out. But for now, this is all you'll see in chapter 2. And then obviously you're going to see 6 pages from, these are all the pages from chapter 1, my apologies. And then obviously I'm going to show you 6 pages from chapter 2 as well. So we're going to go into that right now actually. And you can see the chat right behind my head. I'm sorry for the people who are being obscured by my big ass dumb ass head. Don't worry, I've died many times canonically, at least my character has. So like, if you want to kill me, by all means be my guest. It'll be fine. All right, I'm so sorry guys. Let me see the chat. Let me see what's going on with chat right now. Before we continue. How's the audio sounding, guys? Is the audio okay? Is it too loud? Is it too low? Is it just right? Is it room temperature? Please let me know in case it's too much for y'all. I'm trying to keep track of chat, but I think it's the delay is like kind of obscuring it. Okay. Looks like the chat's good. Alright, let's I'm seeing a lot of people saying some crazy stuff in the chat. Alright, let's continue. I'm gonna show you guys some pages from chapter 2. I felt like wanting to show this sequence in particular because I think this sequence is very like really cool in my opinion to showcase. And oh yeah, by the way, this comic's read from left to right. I'm so sorry if you guys were like trying to read in like a right to left format, or were confused where to start. But yeah, so you can see like Daiichi's like talking to this dude, being like I don't know what his voice would be. Let's be like,
I know everything about you, who you are, who you worked for.
You can see like a cool tattoo in his back too, you know? Like, look at that cool ass tattoo. Looks like a demon snow monkey. Wait, the kanji does mean demon snow monkey. Oh, crap. Alright, enough of my cringe. But yeah, so there's this page, and then on to the next one. And then he's like pointing at him. Real ballsy of this little dude to think that he can just be this close. Like, not even like 5 inches from this man's chest. And he's like,
doesn't it anger you?
And then you see the anticipation of him getting closer and closer. And then, he dashes in. Like a dumbass. But wait! He wasn't a dumbass. He caught him off guard. What? Oh my god. Maybe the stupid one is actually Organ Devourer. But yeah, he went ahead and grabbed them. And look at this very weird, like position that Daiichi has put himself into. Like, he has to grab onto like his arm just to reach up to him. Like, that's how like big of a hunk this man is, you know? Alright, let's see. Where am I? Where are we at? Oops. Very unprofessional. We like to see it. Okay. And then boom, he gets him in like a leg lock. And he's like,
it would certainly anger me.
Alright, and then he swings him down. And you're like, hey, yo, what the fuck, man? How is this little kid like manhandling this big man? Like, oh no, Organ Devourer's in trouble.
Nah!
And there you go. So you see like the little impact in the arena. You see the audience in the background cheering. Like, the audience in the ground floor level at this point are already like dispersed and went up to the bleachers because they obviously don't want to like get too close. And then you have our characters right here. You have the cybernetic alien dude in the top right corner with this chick. Like, you'll get to like know more about them once like it comes out, obviously. And then you get our titular characters, Daiichi and like Organ Devourer. And he's like, wow, you managed to catch that. And then you can see that, yeah, Organ Devourer did catch that, so he's not a fraud after all. So they're both serious business. But yeah, so like those are the pages. Those are what you'll see. Some pages from chapter 2 once you get to that chapter, when it comes out. And then we're gonna work on one chapter. Now I specifically picked the page because this whole chapter is already storyboarded in rough draft. I specifically picked the page that I wanted to work on to show you guys how I would work and what my process is when I want to change something from a page. Because in this page that we're going to work on, there is the top 3 panels. I am not satisfied with how they look, so you guys are going to be able to see firsthand on how I rectify that and what my process is from there. So as you can see in here, now it's really hard to understand what's going on here, but he's our guy Daiichi's on like the jumbotron of the arena. So like he's like from a distance from Organ Devourer, and he's trying to like basically like projectile himself into back to where like Organ Devourer is for like a strike of some sort. And then that strike leads on to like an altercation, which leads on to those pages that I just showed you. So we're gonna go ahead and delete these top 3 panels. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, by the way, I totally forgot to you guys may be listening to music, but I'm not. Let me play on my own playlist in the background. I don't think you guys should be able to hear it, so I think we're good on that end. I'm gonna listen to some Carpenter Brute. Basically it's like the easiest like artist I could listen to get me like amped up to work on this series. Okay, so we're gonna select our top 3 panels, and we're gonna go ahead and delete the borders. Now we don't want to delete everything, so we're just gonna hide them for these parts. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy them and paste them into another panel and hide it, and then I'm gonna delete this panel, and the same goes for this one. Okay. Sorry, I already lost where the panel is. Or, I mean, where the layer is. Whoops. Okay. And then the same goes for this. So we're going to select this and we're going to hide it. Now for my backgrounds, what I do for my backgrounds is that I either photo bash or I find 3D models, and then I go from there and I like convert them to lines and tones and then tweak them as I go along. So we're gonna go ahead and find the arena. Now the arena that I use is a octagon cage arena that you can find on Sketchfab. All you gotta do is just type in like MMA, like MMA arena or octagon arena, and you should be able to find like a good variety, and this one should be like one of the first, if anything. Then we're just gonna, I know you guys can't see this, but I'm about to break it into the clip. Okay. Now, what my thought process is going on right now is whether this could work in 1 panel or 2 panels. Now, if it's 1 panel, I'm gonna have an anticipation panel of just like him like staring down. Now, if I want to do 2 panels to make them anticipation have more steps and be more fluid, I will have one where it's like this panel, and then one where it's like I guess you could say like his legs flexing, right? Just to give you the idea, like, okay, we know what he's doing exactly. So we're gonna try, and first we're just gonna draw this panel out, and then if it feels like it needs to be like worked on more, then we'll add another panel and see. All right. Okay. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna start off with a like a stick man figure, pretty much, just to get like a baseline down, because we want to know just placement and like just to get a feel for it, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna draw like a stupid head, and I'm guessing he's gonna be doing like a Spider-Man pose, you know, like his legs are like at the edge of the screen, right? Or like on top of the screen, I guess you could say. So you see, this is where like it's best to like just figure it out, like with like just really benign and like stupid like line work, just stupid sketches, right? Because you just want to figure it out first. So you see, like with this placement, it looks like we're gonna have to bring the Jumbotron just a tiny bit down. And then with composition, I'm starting to feel like maybe like right here, because then with the composition, it could be like he comes because you gotta also think about the flow of the panels, right? He's coming down here, like because your eyes are gonna go up to here, right? And then it's gonna come down here, and then the only other place you can go to is like right here, right? So it's almost gonna be like a Z, like basically just a Z line to follow through. The best Spider-Man is always going to be Miles Morales, and that's because I'm biased, because I'm Puerto Rican, and he's Puerto Rican too. So, yeah. Wepa. Okay, so I'm already starting to realize that this is probably not good, so we're just going to draw another one. We're just going to try to figure it out. So sometimes also like just drawing the hands and going in. Yeah, you kind of just have to suffer through it with figuring it out. Now, obviously, this is like intelligible, right? Like unintelligible, right? Like it's like, what am I looking at, right? But eventually, it'll start making sense. Okay, so this one's getting closer to how I envision it. So we're gonna try to refine it a bit. I have this stream set to low latency, and I'm like watching the stream on another like another device just to see where I'm at for you guys, and it just seems like I'm still like a little bit too much ahead of you guys. So I'm so sorry. I thought the low latency would fix it. But yeah, this is where I start refining like the little like stick man a bit, and start trying to get like an idea of where like kind of the anatomy placement. Now I'm not an expert at anatomy, but I try my best to like make it at least be understandable and readable to a sense. And we're gonna have a little bit of foreshortening here. So your biggest form of your closest thing to the camera in this case would be Daiichi's head, and the furthest would probably be your hands and feet for this instance. So you want to really like shrink it down a bit. Try to like get that figured out. Now we might have to fix the proportions still a bit, but that's no biggie. That's something we'll figure out as we go along. And also, just a heads up, if I go mute or like I don't talk for like minutes at a time, I'm so sorry. That's just me like probably laser focusing on like what I'm doing, but I'll try my best to like at least continue to give dialogue and commentary. Let's see what everyone's saying. You guys are crazy. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm starting to realize like this needs to be a little bit shorter. And then we just go in. Use our lasso tool. Just bring it in a bit. Now, if he's bringing his arms closer to each other, like basically like having his hands like connected, essentially, that would like compress his chest, right? So if it's gonna compress his chest, you're gonna probably want to like cave it in like this, like at like this direction, and then obviously it looks like he has tits now, but we're gonna fix that. So you want to like make it more compact, like it's like basically think of it as if like you're squeezing like those rubber toys, right? When you squeeze it, everything else in the middle of that thing that you're squeezing caves in like further than everything else from like the outside, right? But everything's still caving in. I don't know if that explanation like sounds right, but you're gonna want to do this. Yeah, so basically, he's basically compressing his pecs inward. So like if you like do a demonstration, like put your arms out forward to you, right? And you just put your arms together, like touch your elbows, try to touch your elbows, and you feel that like your muscles contracting, basically like squeezing themselves into each other in your chest. That's what I'm trying to get with this right now, and I'm trying to figure that out as well. Because once I get the structure down, everything else starts becoming like clockwork. It becomes a lot faster. Rico, what's your favorite manga? Every year I have like this top 5 to top 10 like list of manga that I always like. They're always in the top 10, but they change like placements within each other, like amongst each other, every year. But I think for the past year or so, or the past 2 years, it's still Gantz for me, or Gantz. And it's basically a seinen manga where it's about like these two teenage guys who who die in a train accident, and they end up in this room, and they're like forced to like participate into these death games with aliens, basically, where they have to like hunt down some aliens, and if they don't hunt them down in like a time frame, they die basically again, but this time for real. And so basically they have to like continue to play these games in order to be able to like survive and live for the next day. And like it's basically like that, and like the characters that they meet. It's a really, really good story to me. I like stuff when it's like insane. But right now, if I were to say what's my favorite manga to read right now, like that's currently going on, I would say it's a manga that's called Seishun Bakso, and it's basically I guess the English translation would be like Youth Explosion. It's another seinen, and it's about like these high schoolers, and they start a club of sorts, and they're not, let's just say that they're not really like good role models, but the story itself is very interesting and fun, because I love character study stories too, where it's like you're like following stories where like the characters themselves are like fucked up or messed up morally, or just like, you know, human in like all the wrong senses, like, right, like the worst quality of a human being. So I think those are the most intriguing and fascinating to me. I like a story that makes me like watch deplorable characters, and it's even better if they like get better, like become better humans and people, as you know, in the process. Okay, so you see these two biceps are squeezing in, right? So we're gonna do this. So now it's a little bit more like this, I guess. Now we might need to fix this when we do the inking. It's not perfect right now, but it'll do at least right for now, because we just want to get the placement down and lock it in. And I'm a very slow drawer, but like things will pick up in a bit, so just bear with me. And you're about to see that I'm gonna do something else as well, because I like the pose, but the angle and placement could definitely change. Right, because you see that he's looking dead center at the camera, right? So now we're gonna fix this even more. So now we're gonna draw it again for the 30th billionth time. And worst case scenario, I just use a 3D model to like get the placement, right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. Just trying to figure this out. You know, I could have it like this still, yeah. That's fine. And now we're gonna draw it again. Because now we're gonna mess with the perspective. Now that I got like a gist of what the pose is gonna look like on paper, now we're gonna make it even more like crazy. Now watch. This may not end up like working out for me, and we might just scrap it all together. And that's just part of the process of making a comic or just working on a page. You just got to be willing to accept the fact that sometimes an idea that you think is really good may not work out, you know, or end up like how you thought, like how you envisioned it in your mind, right? So you have to be willing to at least like don't take it too personal with yourself, right? Because at the end of the day, you're still gonna make that panel and that page. It's just not gonna end up how you wanted it, or what your first idea was gonna be, right? So you still be happy that you're still gonna make a product out of it. You're gonna have a result for sure. And now his neck is like right here, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of like draw the neck a bit. We gotta remember the jugular muscles and stuff, like all that good jazz. So you don't want things to impede. You want everything to like marry into each other. And since he's like arcing, I would probably do something like this. Okay, now we're gonna start adding more anatomy, like lines and such. We're gonna try to get this down to the best of my knowledge that I know when it comes to anatomy. See, now this is where we're gonna start having a problem. Try to figure this out. Now let's see. So we want to go this way, but we want to, you know, close it in like this, right? We want to squeeze in the proportions because of the perspective. So what we might need to do is we might have to do something like this. And like I said, I'm no expert. A lot of this is just trial and error and figuring it out. I've made a couple brushes. Some of them are like edits of like brushes I found online, and then some of them are like full-blown brushes that I'll start with like a stroke that I liked from like a previous page or a drawing. So this this pen right here that I'm showing right now on the screen that I'm like making strokes with, this is my main inking pen. And basically it's basically my own version of a G pen, but it's like more rough, like it's feathered, I guess you could say. And I think that makes it look more traditional, like artistically. Like it makes it feel like I drew this on paper, instead of you know, what I'm doing, right? I like actually like, you know, digital. See, now this is becoming an issue. This is where we'll probably like use a 3D model to like help out and just work from there. But I'm starting to see that this is probably like something that definitely gonna need some kind of help with figuring out. But let's see right now. Let's just finish this this proportion, and then we go from there if I still think that it needs work. Okay, it might work. I just probably gonna have to tweak the anatomy with the arms because it's too balloonish, and I don't want it to be too much like that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna probably like angularize it a bit, and then we'll get into like the intricacies of the arm later once we like actually sketch it out, because this is just our base guideline for now. So so you got your tricep right here, right? But it's a little too far from here because your tricep starts right about here. You're gonna come down here. But you can also have the same. You can also say the same about this right here. Okay, for now that works for the torso. Once we start sketching it out, we'll see more, and then we'll probably like just use our cheat code with the 3D model if it comes down to it, because then we can just follow the guidelines with the cheat code. You want the proportions to follow the same motif, right? So it goes in like that. Now you see how the thighs connect to the knee, and it goes down to the shin, and like basically the calf is hidden, but then it comes down to the foot. This foot is basically broken. It's not supposed to be facing this, right? Because if it's going to be facing forward, our knee needs to be basically facing forward. So even I can be stupid. So we technically want the thigh to still be facing this direction, right? But now we have to figure out how we're going to have it to where it's like he's doing the little Spider-Man pose, right? Or like his own version, I guess you could say. So now this is where we start. So if it's going to be like that, then that's how the foot's going to look. It's going to basically look like that. But we don't want that. So want the knee facing this way. Right, so now we gotta face in the right direction, and now we just gotta do some more foreshortening We're also gonna like mess with the background too to match the perspective as well once we're done with this. Whoops. Yeah, same thing with this. It's not a correct pose. So we're gonna finish this. We're gonna speed run this part, finish it, pull up a 3D model, and just see like basically how close we got, right? So I'm actually gonna do this and make it basically literally Spider-Man pose at this point, right? All right, now let's pull up a 3D model and see how close we were. Let's grade our work. And let me see if I can find a Spider-Man pose through clip as well, so we can speed up the posing process for the 3D model. Okay, so I found a good base pose to work with, so we're gonna work that. Okay. All right, just bear with me while I bring this up. Okay, so we got our model. Close enough, right? Like it's a close pose, but we're gonna match the same pose that we have right here, right? And we're just gonna compare the two, and whichever is better, we work from it, or we just make tweaks when needed from the comparison. All right, let's get a good camera angle. Ooh. Buddy, you need to back up. You are way too close to me. Alright, let's try. See, you can already tell where some of our mistakes are coming, right? You can just already tell just by the angle itself. So we're gonna just... Now granted, like these models aren't the best, but they still get the job done in when it comes to posing. At least they get the job done. Yeah, but you have to be willing to basically like use references as much as possible, and like be willing to accept the fact like, okay, I did this wrong, and you know, now that I got the right answer, I'm going to use it, right? You kind of want to have that kind of mindset when it comes to your work. You have to be your biggest critic, right? But you also got to be able to you got to be like obviously willing to give yourself the opportunity to learn, right? So don't be too harsh on yourself, because we all have to learn, you know. It's a constant game of just like, oh, okay, I didn't know that, but now I do. It's always gonna be like that, and you know what? That's not a bad thing. We don't need to care about the hands or the fingers. At least for me, I don't need to worry about it. I just really need the pose. So anything toes and like, you know, fingers, I'll just ignore. Just want to get your placement down. Now, when Batman, I was about to say Batman, when Spider-Man, basically arches, this arch works, but he arches a little bit more. But let's figure this arch a bit more. So we're gonna go down here. And then obviously we gotta go fix these angles. I mean these placements. Whoops. Okay. Just trial and error. Also, I'm not the best poser, so you can judge me all you want. You can roast me in the chat if you like. Now you can see that this is probably you might have to go back to how it originally looked like. Getting there. We're getting closer for sure. Now I want his feet to meet his hands, right? Because they're flat on the surface that they're holding onto, so they're gonna be on the same exact like elevation, right? So I'm gonna have the feet meet where the hands are, at least in terms of elevation. Or at least close enough, right? See, now he looks goofy as hell, right? But like, we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how it turns out. You know what? Let's move this a bit back. Okay, maybe it's too much of an arch. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's definitely better. Okay, now the feet. So remember, you can essentially turn your knee, right? Kinda, but your knee is stationary to what it is to what it's connected to your shin and the bottom half of your leg, right? So wherever your knee's facing, your foot's gonna face too, right? So like if you let's say you want to turn your foot right. More than likely, if you're gonna do like a full swing, your knee's gonna move with it, right? And vice versa. Like wherever you move your knee, your foot's gonna follow suit, right? So always when you're like drawing like your legs and your feet, always make sure that where the feet, like what direction your foot's facing in comparison to your knee, right? Because then you don't want to get the broken foot syndrome. But we all make mistakes, and that's totally fine. So you see right here, this knee. This could just be the 3D model. You see how that foot looks broken now? We want to unbreak that foot, basically. We want it to face the same angle as the knee. Or the same direction. Could also just be this 3D model just broke the foot. Okay, so you see now it looks even better, right? It looks more like accurate, like anatomy wise, right? Like this person can actually run with this foot. So now we're gonna look at this foot. And obviously we're gonna bring that foot up again to match the elevation again, because we want them to both meet with the hands. So we're gonna, obviously it doesn't matter if they compound with each other, because I could just like, you know, well, I'm just gonna like follow it to the best of my abilities, while also like you know, just treating it as a guideline and not like something I need to follow verbatim. See, so the knee's facing this way. Okay, this foot looks like it's fine. So you're just gonna have to move it in a bit. Now obviously it's not gonna be perfect because I'm no expert. And you can also like do like the Looney Tune effects, where it's like you can break like the proportions, like in post. Okay, for now, we're gonna might need to turn this. At this point, the back doesn't really matter because we just want the look of the pose. How many hours do you spend a day on drawing DRU? It ranges. When I'm like really working on it, I average around 9 to 12 hours, and that usually gives me, if I'm lucky, that could give me 4, maybe 5 pages, but on average I get 2 to 3 from that time frame. It's more doable to get to that page count when I'm like absolutely certain how I want to like ink the page. But if I feel like I need to like correct something in a page, the page count will probably lower for that day's quota. Okay, so we got the pose, or we got the closest thing that we can get, right, with the pose. So now we're gonna feed it through perspective. So with the good thing with Clip Studio is that like you can just use your mouse scroll wheel to mess with the perspective, like to make it more like dynamic, I guess you could say. So we're gonna do that right now, actually. All right, let's put it. let's try to put it 1 to 1, right? Let's put it side to side and see. It's always fun doing these things because it's like a game of like, you know, like those Mario mini games where you have to like land the pieces of a face of a Mario character like on the exact spot to make the face look like normal. This is like one of those. It's like you're trying to get it like 1 to 1 as much as possible before you actually like see the thing. So we're gonna put this over here. See, now we were close. Obviously, we're gonna not follow this 3D model like 1 to 1 because we want to be expressive with this pose. But we're definitely close, but like with the anatomy, you can see right here on the right side. Let me pull up my color. On the right side, you can see where I messed up because on this 3D model, you see how the anatomy of the pecs go from like here, then it comes down here, right, onto the shoulder, like the deltoid shoulder, right? Here is where I messed up because I have the chest right here, and then it immediately meets up with the deltoid. So what I should have did was just follow suit, right? Because then that can also give me the chance to draw the pec right here, right? A bit. But then that also does the same thing, actually. You know what? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. But there's obviously like mistakes and like corrections that need to be made. Or like there definitely has to be corrections from this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just follow the 3D model and just tweak from there. So we're gonna place the 3D model down and we're gonna get rid of this. And it's okay if you waste your time on doing something like that. At least you're figuring it out, right? You're giving yourself the opportunity to figure it out, because you don't want to like you don't want to be the one to give up on an idea that you really liked, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna pull up a camera and we're gonna duplicate this camera. We're gonna lock this one and go to this one. We're gonna tweak this a little more. We can see how that looks like on the other camera. See, now it's getting a little better in the perspective. Obviously the perspective is too strong, so we're gonna tweak it in the end. But let's keep making this this is where you start breaking the rules a bit. Looks like he's an amputee. Let's see. We might have to like now we want it to be like kind of matching the oh my god. Okay, well, I'm obviously like doing this wrong, so we're gonna try to fix this again. Let's get this leg back to where it was. Okay. Trying to figure out where the... Oh, there we go. See how he has such a big ass head? We're gonna try to fix that. But we're now treating this 3D model as a guideline now. And we'll tweak it from there. Okay, so now I'm gonna lock camera 2 and we're gonna use camera 1 as the edit. See his leg? It's broken again, right? We don't want that. Where's the knee facing? So essentially the knee would be facing, let's see, this one's gonna be a, you see, that doesn't make sense, so we're gonna fix that. So it's gonna be the thigh that needs to be turned, because it looks like the knee is in the right direction. We're gonna go back. See, we're getting really close. We're getting really close to what we want. And then after that, it's gonna be boom, 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 boom. Like, what the fuck? I just blinked and it's done already. But we're getting there. The planning part, the planning and figuring out portion is always the longest portion. Always. And it's sometimes it's the worst feeling one too. See, but I kind of want it to be, kind of won't be able to see the foot if I do it in the pose that I want. And I'm sorry if this is like, this process is boring to y'all. I promise you it'll be way more fun once we get to the drawing part. Oh my god, Strand. I've never thought about it like that. So you see how you see where the foot is? Let me zoom in. See the foot? Now, placement of the foot is good, but I think the perspective of it is not matching where the hands are, because they're supposed to be in the same spot. At least I want them to be in the same spot. So we're gonna see if we can fix that. Kind of have to do it like this. See, but now now it comes down to where's this one, right? But if we turn it like this, it doesn't look good. So now this is where we now have to figure it out. But once we figure out this other foot, it's essentially done. Look at that. That is broken as hell. This guy is not going to be able to leap off of this Jumbotron. So let's see. Let's turn this. See, sometimes you have to break the model in order to get it to do the thing that you want it to do. See, that's scary. So we're gonna fix that. This is just a lot of trial and error, guys. Let's see. Sorry about that, y'all. See, whenever I move the model, it'll kind of like move that. I mean, this works. Okay. After what I guess could be like an hour of just bullshitting and trying to figure this out, I think we got it down. Like I said, we don't have to worry about the feet, like the toes or the fingers, cuz those are my favorite things to draw anyway. So I like just winging it when I get there. So I'm like the butler from Mr. Deeds. And whoever like knows what I'm talking about, like just take it to the grave. Okay, this works. This works. So now the question is, y'all, do we want it as one panel, or do we want to like add another panel of anticipation, right? Now, what I think is this could work, right? But I don't think to the reader, to the average reader, they would be able to it'll probably be jarring, or probably there would be probably one more panel that would probably like make the flow and the pacing of this action a little better. So I think another panel is needed for this, because when you're going from this first panel and then you just see like this blast action, your experienced reader will be like, okay, I understood that he jumped towards him, right? But other readers will be like, well, what's this, right? It could be someone shooting at Organ Devourer, right? So it could be anything at that point. So we're going to add another panel, and then we're going to go from there. So let me just find this model real quick. And we're going to turn off the shadows because it's messing with me right now. Okay. All right, this is what we're going to do. I think the background, let's see if it needs the perspectives. Okay, we're gonna keep a copy of that, and this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring this, where's our 3D model at? We're gonna duplicate our 3D model just in case if we mess up, we'll have a copy. And I'm gonna rasterize this 3D model. Now I'm gonna select the 3D model and my background. I'm gonna move it like right here, right? I guess we could just have it right here. And let's see what it would look like with the second panel. And if it doesn't, if that second panel seems like it looks redundant or unnecessary, then we'll just get rid of it and continue on with just the one panel. Also, you want your dynamicism to be like really cool. So like having something like this, like doing something like this also like looks cool too. So we're gonna go with this too. All right, where is our border there? Okay. Let's change our brush. See, now I'm trying to get it to where it, cause I want the flow of it to match with the panels. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this again. I'm just gonna move it a little bit more, cause I want this panel to like, I want this panel to come down to here, right? So I want enough for that panel to be seen and to almost follow like the same direction that where the blast is going. So I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I drew it on the wrong layer. Also, I'm open to any and all critiques as well and any feedback. So if you think I could do something like in a panel a little better, or you have a question you want to ask, do not be afraid. I will not bite back. I will literally like try to understand what you're saying and see if that can apply to what I need to do to fix it. So by all means, I'm willing to accept any and all feedback, and I always appreciate it as well. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, also for anyone wondering on oh, what? I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. I am trying to see why that counter doesn't work. So we're gonna fix that real quick. Oh, that's the wrong one. I don't know why it's still doing that. You know what? Let's just get rid of that and just keep the subscriber bar, I guess you could say. Cuz I might have to like fix that later on. Also, thank you guys for subscribing. I'm not sure if my alerts are going through, my subscriber alerts. So I'm so sorry if I for not like saying thank you beforehand, but I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Let's just put it right smack that right there. That's fine. Okay, I just forgot what I was gonna do. Oh no. I totally forgot I was gonna do. Oh yeah. So the tablet, in case anybody was wondering, here's a tablet that I use. So basically, it's an Inspiroi RTP 700. It's no longer available unless you can find it secondhand, like on eBay. But this is what I've been using for the past year and a half. I used to have a Huon Canvas 22 Plus. Loved it. But it had a hardware issue that I cannot fix, and I'm also too lazy to send it. So I just settled with this. I just settled with the cheapest thing that I could find that was also like good enough. So now that I'm using screenless, I don't feel the need to switch. But if I ever do upgrade, I do want to upgrade to another screenless tablet in the future. If any of you guys have like any good recommendations, please shoot it in the chat, because I'm really trying to look for like the next screenless tablet I want to get, but I want it to be in a really high quality, right? Especially for the pen, because this is my second pen for this tablet and I had a lot of issues with it in the past. So I definitely just want to mitigate that. But let's see. We will be going on a break soon as well. Once I get like these panels like straightened out, I'm gonna take a quick like 5-minute break just to eat something, and then we'll go back to like our regularly scheduled program, and then that's probably where like the process will speed up a bit, because then we'll have everything placed and ready. Trans says, what do you think are the pros and cons of screenless tablets? Okay, so let me just start with the pros. So with the pros, it's very ergonomic, so it's very healthy, especially for your back and your neck, because you don't have to look down. Now, granted, I know a lot of screenless tablets have stands, and a lot of people like to draw their screenless tablets with the screen facing forward. For me, I cannot draw on a screen. I cannot draw on a screen tablet without looking down at it. So right now, I'm basically like a shrimp. You know, you ever seen like that meme where the shrimp is like drawing on a tablet? I'm basically like that. So with the screenless tablet, I could just look straight ahead into my monitor without a care in the world. So it's very ergonomic. Also, less real estate. It takes the least amount of real estate depending on what like model you get, and more than what's the phrase? It's more commonly also like just like smaller compared to everything else, right? Because when you want to get a screen tablet, you want to get a sizable screen tablet, right? You want to see everything. You want to see all the pixels, right? With a screenless tablet, you don't really need to care. You just want to have a big enough screenless tablet where you can move your arm like freely, you know, without it being blocked in a tight space. So that's another pro. They're very cheap, so in case one breaks, you don't have to break the bank to get a replacement. It's really good for teaching yourself with hand-eye coordination. In case you have you go back to screen tablet and it breaks, you don't have to worry about having to learn how to use a screenless tablet. It's definitely like a barrier of entry at the start, and it can be kind of steep and feel very uncomfortable at the start. But if you give it like a week or two, it's like second nature. So I think those are all the pros. The cons, if I were to say the cons, it's they look boring. They're obviously on the cheaper side compared to like screen tablets a lot, because screen tablets, those are like the bread and butter for a lot of like tablet companies. So they obviously want to put most of their time and money and work onto those. And screenless tablets is just you know, they just follow the formula, like a rule, I guess you could say, right? So they're very cheap. Most of them are, right? There's definitely high quality ones, but more than not, you're gonna have a cheap one. But if you take care of it, it'll last you a lifetime, right? And the pens are also a lot cheaper too. Like my pen is really hard to find because since my tablet is not discontinued but no longer like in the main Huon store, it's much harder for me to find the pen, or specifically the nibs. Like if I run out of nibs, like if I like shave off all my 10 nibs and I need to get another like set of 10, I have to buy this pen specifically again to get it. So like that's a really big drawback for at least my tablet specifically. But those are the only cons I find. It's just like it's boring, it's cheaper, like quality in a way, and it's more than likely it's gonna be discontinued before a screen tablet is. But I think the pros outweigh the cons a lot, especially if you're on a budget and you're willing to like learn, you know, hand-eye coordination for it. So I highly recommend people who are like on a budget and don't mind a screenless tablet to jump into a screenless tablet first and see how they feel with it after like a month or two. Highly recommend. Alright, how are we going to do this? So we obviously want to show some kind of contraction or some flexing of the muscles to anticipate this jump. So I'm going to say maybe what we can do . Does size matter on a screenless tablet? Yes and no. I'd say so. Mine specifically is like let me see. Let me check my settings real quick, and I can tell you. So my tablet. So my tablet, its dimensions is like 13 by 8.5, and I think the workspace is like around that same. Like the workspace is like 11.6, like 11 by 6. I'd say that is like a perfect size to start with. And this Huon was like, I believe $100, which is on the more steeper side of like price range for like a screenless tablet, but it's like, I think you could get something of the same like measurements and vein as this for like 60, right? I'd say you really start pushing it to where it matters with size once you start hitting like the 7 to like 6 inch ratio. So like let's say it's like 7 by 3 or 7 by 4 or 6 by 3, 6 by 2. 2 is insanely small. Like that's exaggerate. Like that's a hyperbole at that point. So I would say size doesn't matter if you're following like as long as you're like above like the 7-inch range, right? If we want to make it a like a conversation of size matters, right? This is where size matters in a way, right? Like with tablets. So with the screenless tablet, I recommend anything above like a workspace of like 7 to 9 inches in the ratio for like the actual drawing like area. I'd say you don't need anything bigger than a drawing area of 11 by like 6 inches, like 11 by 7 or 11 by 6. I think that's a perfect one because that's basically a regular printer size, like a regular size printer paper, right? So I think that would be like basically a good sweet spot. And usually those tablets that have that like those dimensions are ranging between like 50 to 100. So so if that's in your budget range, it's perfect, right? Anything smaller than that, I feel like it would be definitely an adjustment, and it probably might make things a little more difficult at the start, and you're kind of like limiting yourself as well, right? When you're drawing such a small like drawing on such a small screenless tablet, right? But what's good is that the screenless tablet, no matter like what size, it's always gonna have better like real estate than a screen tablet. So if you don't have that much space in your desk, a screenless tablet is definitely a good a welcome tool. So we want to really flex it. We really want to exaggerate the muscles here, right? We kind of like want to like show it like it's like popping, right? And then I have like this anatomy sculpture on my desk to like just make sure that I'm like following the anatomy at least to the best that I can, right? Because even I can't figure it out half of the time. But watch, I'm still gonna get this wrong, right? But like I'm gonna try to see if I can at least like match it as much as I can. And then usually when I get like these close-up panels, I'm always afraid that it's not going to be able to be understandable or legible to the reader, to what they're looking. They're going to be like, what am I looking? Is this a leg, right? So like I'll try like multiple angles at least just to get it right. So we have this one. And then we can do like this one as well, where we can try to get like the leg like a little bit more visible. Like the bottom portion of it. So this right here is your bottom portion of the leg, and then you get up here to the knee, and now you have like this, right? And now like I could do this again, right? Well, the question is, can I get it to where people could see the feet, right? Still kind of want to get a chance to probably like show the foot. Now you see how like the knee again, it's doing the same thing, right? Where I'm breaking the foot. So that's a big no-no. So what we want is maybe, see, this is where it's going to be an issue. It's all part of the process. Kind of yeah, this is where it's probably gonna become an issue, but like we can also just like call it and just show the thigh, right? But then I'm gonna have to make sure that that it's readable as a thigh for the audience. So we could also just draw the feet like maybe like this. See, that could also work. So we're probably gonna go with this. And then let me just copy this real quick. Let's just get rid of this. Okay. I think right now we can let's take 5, because then once we come back things will start speeding up now that we have like, you know, what we want essentially. Now the flow obviously is not perfect, but I think it's to where I want it, kind of. So, you know, we're starting from the top left corner, we're moving down to like the contraction of the muscles, and then since the panel's facing into the third panel, we'll follow like this direction right here, like this little attack all the way to Organ Devour, and we get his reaction. So we're gonna go in after the break and start actually making the final portions of this like page, like starting the final process, like the inking and all that good jazz. We're gonna sketch out Daiichi off of this model, and we're gonna go from there. Alrighty, guys. So let's see. Okay, so I'll be back in 5. Use that time to get some water and maybe like eat something if you're planning on staying. If not, thank you for joining, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, what for the ones that are leaving, but I'll be back in 5. Okay. Okay. Um. Let's see. Now let's get our background music playing. Not sure if that's playing right now. Oh, there we go. Alrighty, that was probably more than 5 minutes. I'm still kind of eating, so we're just gonna sit for a couple more minutes. But yeah, thank you for everyone who's who came to watch and stay. If you guys have any questions, shoot in the chat and let's talk before we hop back into this bad boy. Right now I'm eating quesadilla from where I don't know. I just found it on the floor on the way home, so I wanted to pick it up and eat it. So that's what I'm eating right now. Well, good quesadilla. God damn! Let me look at the chat history. Laoli, thank you for being my second sub ever. Meech, thanks for like taking some time out of your work to come watch. I really appreciate it, brother. Obviously, there's the legendary Noir and Furzaki and the legendary Duran. Everybody's legendary, by the way. Just want to put that in the record. Is Rikissimo fine? Yeah, I'm fine, man. Sorry. Kind of get nervous at times. Obviously it's my first stream, so don't want, for my camera to like magically turn on and you guys see that I actually look like my avatar, that I'm actually blue skinned and bleeding profusely, but I'm actually fat and blue skinned and profusely, and I have, this is more so like a fantasy, as a vision of myself, But don't worry, my blue skin is not a disease or a genetic defect. I just come from the country of Ichwar. Guys, let me know if the stream buffers at any time. I just want to make sure that it's not a. I just got a notification saying like that the stream might buffer a bit, so please let me know in case it does do that, and I can see if I can fix that. Let's see. It's telling me that my stream status is poor. So where do I go to fix that? I have no idea. Maybe it could be my bitrate. I don't know if I can like update that like in real time, but let's see. Let me just not accidentally like end the stream by doing that. I don't think I can even change it in real time. Oh yeah, I can. Look at that. So what? It was like 6,000. Let's put the bitrate down to like maybe like 2K. We'll like see how it looks. Maybe like 2,500. Is it 2,500? I'm new to all of this, so I have no idea. Oh, did that change my stream? Oh, no. Or did that end it? No. It's, okay. All right. If it was buffering, I'm so sorry. I think it's good now. I hope that it's not like what's the word? I hope it's not like lower the quality of the stream, but like if anybody like sees anything, please let me know, and then we go from there. But let's give it like 30 seconds to 1 more minute, and then we'll get back to work, and then we'll start doing the more fun stuff of the drawing. But it looks like the stream is still good. Okay, so it looks like 2,500 was the right bit rate. Is there a way that I can check the viewers, or is that too like Big Brother-esque? We're currently about to hit 2 hours in this live stream, which it's not bad, at least with the progress of the drawing. But we did we did start at a snail's pace, so this was definitely a snail's pace. So I'm gonna try my best to like not speed it up to where it like hinders it, but definitely try because I want this page done within this live stream. We're not gonna end the live stream until it is, but we don't want it to like sit like, you know, take like 4 or 5 hours. Worst case scenario it might, but we'll see. Hopefully not. Okay. Yeah, so I can't see who specifically is watching the stream, which that's fair. I was just curious. I was just curious. All right. I think we're good to continue. Let me just get my music started, and then we can get in this bitch and finish it. I'm gonna play some Bohemian Rhapsody. All right. Now this is where the good shit starts. Okay. All right. Let's move this bitch down. Doesn't really matter to me. Mama just killed the man. Pull my trigger, now he's dead. Alright, I'm gonna need my buddy Daichi pulled up here, because even I can forget how their faces look. I have a bad memory. Let's get his pretty boy face in this viewer real quick for myself. Also, this live stream will be saved as a VOD, and I believe I had the live chat enabled to be saved too. So if you guys want to look back at what was going on in live chat, um, it should be there. So hopefully that's the case, and I'm not mistaken. Okay. All right, let's draw this. I gotta move this all the way down. Let's put it there. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. Now we're gonna actually like do our own thing right here. Now this could have all been prevented if I just started with the 3D model. But I'm stubborn sometimes, so we're gonna make sure that this doesn't happen again. And then in the next live stream, if there is one. Not saying that there might be one or there wouldn't, just not sure yet. It's always like, especially if you have like a really unique art style. I'm not saying I do. I don't. You definitely don't want to follow 3D models 1-to-1, at least in terms of like the proportion and like the body type. You want to follow it to like how you would like, you know, draw it specifically for your art style. And then this could be like right there. Like right here. Yeah. His chest is like right here, but I'm gonna want to bring it down here like I did before, because he's a bulky little dude. Or at least he's ripped. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna actually like make it look like this. Yeah, so don't be afraid to use 3D models. 3D models can definitely be your best friend in a lot of ways. So don't feel like you're not an artist if you like use like 3D model assistants. Cuz that's whoever tells you that is bullshit. They're trying to be purists, but they don't really know. They're being extra. I'll just say that. 3D is just another medium that you can use to help bring your vision to life. So use whatever means you can to like just get your work out there. Obviously, don't make an AI comic, right? Like you don't want like to make like a comic just AI, because like where's the sense of accomplishment in that, right? So I definitely would not recommend doing that, because that's obviously like, what the hell, you know? It's almost like you're betraying yourself, you know? If you like make a whole like comic that's just all AI, it's like, oh come on. That's like it's basically betraying your your soul, essentially. You don't want to do that to yourself. this, I would say maybe, because he's holding it. So if I'm like holding onto my desk, right, it would actually look like this. So the thumb wouldn't be like up here like I had it before. It would be like an L shape, right? Like looking down. So I'm gonna just have it like this for now, and then we'll just we'll fix it accordingly once we get to like the inking phase. Okay, this is gonna be a bit difficult, but we know how to get there. See, now I don't think I would want the neck leg right there, so we're just gonna leave the chest like this. We'll leave this area, like this area right here, like void for now, and we'll figure out what we want to do with it once we finish like shaping the head in. And we'll probably go straight to the head after this arm is done. Know that the arm muscle goes like this. I don't know what the name of this muscle is, but basically like the one that's like when you draw the arm, right? This muscle right here, right? This muscle is like I don't know why, but I love drawing it, but sometimes it becomes like really difficult for me to like get it down because it's not always gonna be like that, and I have a tendency to draw it in a lot of angles even when it may not be visible. But I really like it because then it leads into this kind of muscle, right? Like these ridges. So I always have fun drawing it. I don't know what the name is. I should probably look it up because if I love it so much, why don't I know it, right? And now this, there we go. Yeah, this stretching out right here makes it feel a little better. Excuse me. So we know the jugular muscle. I call it the jugular muscle. I doubt it's even that. Like, well, I know the jugular is like a vein basically, but like what, like this muscle that you basically would like draw on the side of like the neck or the throat. I don't know what it's called, but I always call it the jugular muscle. At least to myself. I've never mentioned it like outside of myself. All right, let's draw the face like we promised. Okay, so Daiichi's face, he has two versions of his face that I like to always like draw. When he's like more serious or more combative, his face is a lot sharper, right? Like basically like this, and his chin flattens out. But if he's like more like in his playful side, it becomes almost more like cartoonish, right? Like more rounder, right? And the chin shape becomes like more sharp. So I follow those so whenever he's like in action, usually it stays sharp like this. So we're gonna try to follow that. And this head shape is kind of similar to it. So we're just gonna kind of loosely follow it because I don't want it to feel uncanny to what I've already drawn here, right? But we're going to let's see. We're gonna start with the outline shape, right? So I'm gonna meet right here, but then I'm gonna start coming away from it, and like actually no, that's not right. Let's start at the chin, right? Like it's sharp towards the end, but then it starts still like becoming wide and round the further up you go, right? But we kind of want it like this. See, it's still kind of following it, right? Like I don't really have to tweak too much, right? But you still see like how this will essentially make him look a little older, even though he's an adult. This right here, the further wide I come out, the more it almost like plays into like the more exaggerated proportions of like almost like a kid's face, or like a young adolescent, like teen or something, right? Like your usual like shonen protagonist, I guess you could say. So we're gonna follow that, and we're probably gonna sharpen this a bit more. And then he has pointy ears, so we're just gonna follow like how I normally follow it. See, so you see it's becoming more and more like intact, and it's starting to look actually really good too, in terms of just like dynamicism, right? You really wanted to, you like the one thing that I like to like tell myself when I draw like action scenes, and I'm still very new to actions, and I'm very blessed and thankful to have a close friend group of artists and like comic artists, which I'll be shouting them out very soon, right after this, is that they're all very experienced in that genre, and also are very experienced in just comic making, and I was able to like learn a lot from them over like basically almost through an entire decade. So I'm very thankful, and I owe a lot to them. And those people are my friends named Furazaki, Harakiri, Noir.arts, Jajampo, The Strays.arts, I'm trying to make sure I'm using the right name, Metallic Might, and am I missing someone? Well, Dran recently became my friend too, and like we're also bouncing a lot of like our own like knowledge from one another. So he's him too for sure. But I think I'm missing a friend. I really want to shout them out because I love those guys. No, I think those are the main like friends of mine that make comics that like teach me a lot. Like I learned a lot. Like my first ever like real project that I like worked on was a one shot called Mobius, and it was with my friend Noir.arts. I was his assistant in that, and we submitted the one shot back in 2022 I think it was July of 2022, and it was for the webtoon call to action contest, and like we spent like 4 months, like 4 grueling months. It got really hard towards the end. Like it was like stressful, but it was like we were making something special. It took us 4 months, and I think we submitted like a week before the deadline, and it was like 90 pages. And it was like to this day I'm super proud of it, because like just like everything just turned out better than we expected, and like it was my first real project, right? And it basically told me like, look, I did something, right? I did something with a friend. Like even though I was like an assistant, I finished something, right? So like I was super proud of myself, and super proud of like my friend like Noir, because we put our blood, sweat, and tears into it, and like we had a couple hiccups, not as much, but like even with those hiccups, like I still look back at like the project fondly because that didn't stop us at all, and I'm very proud of it. I'm still very proud of like just like everything that came from that too. Like I'm still very proud of like Noir when we worked on it, and like because I learned a lot from it, and I took that like kind of motivation, and I worked on my first like standalone like one shot where it was just me, and that was one shot called Push War back in 2013. I think it was like September when I submitted it, and I submitted it for the monthly like submissions for Manga Plus back in September. Yeah. And for that one, I landed in 3rd place, and I was very like flabbergasted by it. But what kind of like put a nail in the coffin for that, regardless, was that I got major like imposter syndrome from it. So I deleted my submission from it. So now it's just this blank spot on 3rd place, but I'm still super proud of that because like that was the same month that No Name and a guy named Zuffy submitted, and like they're big. Like No Name was made by obviously like the showrunner of Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and Zuffy was a sizable YouTuber. I think it was like 400,000 subscribers at the time, and I'm very proud that I was able to like place alongside them. Like I don't care that I lost solely because of like I was able to stand to compete against them, and I even like went against like my like who I'm now friends with, Meech Graphics and like Yonilla. Like they competed alongside the same month, and I became acquainted with them, and they're really good comic artists too. So like check out everybody that I mentioned. I may like add it into the chat further down the live stream. But please check out all those people that I mentioned. Like they're really talented artists and comic artists, and they deserve the recognition that they put in because they put a lot more like stuff out than I have so far. Because this is my like 2nd standalone project, so they've have like 3+ every single one of them. So please check them out. I'll definitely like put links down in the chat or probably in the description after this live stream's done. But I owe everything to them, so please definitely give them a look-see. I'm trying to figure out this the anatomy on this. Granted, I don't want to always be like 100% accurate if I can, but obviously like we don't want to like make it look like blatantly like bad, right? Or obvious, like that I knew that there was a mistake there, and I just like was like, what, fuck it, I'm too lazy to fix it. We don't want that. So we're definitely gonna try to the best of our knowledge to get this right. And with this foot, I'm gonna move it down here actually, because it has to actually kind of like come down right here. Ooh, but you see where that heel is? We don't want that there. Whoops. Could just barely see it. Actually, nope, I'm stupid. I think we'll just keep it how it is here. And I like always like tilting the big toe up. So we're just gonna tilt that up. Sometimes I follow the model, sometimes I don't. It all just depends. Alright, this is where we're gonna have to figure this out as well. I think with the thumbs like overlapping each other is not a bad idea, kind of almost want it symmetrical, right? So this is where we're gonna move this a little bit down here. Okay, cool. Alright, so we got that out of the way. Now we're gonna treat this as a panel by panel basis. So now we're gonna just solely work on this panel. We'll probably clean this panel up before we like ink it. But now we're gonna go into like the rough like line art for this. It's basically gonna follow these lines now. Like this isn't guidelines. I'm gonna trace these lines that I just drew now. We'll probably turn this layer off or maybe lower the opacity even more. See, it's a lot of like layers of just me sketching it and then getting it to the final sketch. And then once the line art comes in, it's just natural after that. We also want an indicator of like where he's turning, right? Well, actually, let's draw the face first. Doesn't look right. Probably have to do something like this. He looks like right here. This shot right here is basically like he looks like Spider-Man already. You see, right? So we're just gonna we're gonna continue from here. It's funny because I have like the most heroic music playing for this, but like nothing about like this thing is heroic. Alright, face. I also find like taking a photo of yourself and like making the facial expression that you want really helps a lot. Plus it makes it more like expressive and realistic with the expressions. That's why you always see like those mangaka like in like episodes of Manben. Like they'll have like a mirror in front of them in their desk and they'll like make those weird faces and then they draw them on their characters, right? Like there was one scene where like Masashi Kishimoto did that, or like it was implied that he did that. I don't think there ever was a recording of it, but I think like stuff like that is actually really cool. Okay, and the nose. So his head is basically tilted up, right? So you want the nose. You kind of want the nose like that, right? Like in that kind of way. See, the expression's already becoming something that we don't like. So let's just keep with the Now, this. Also, like, removing a mouth also kind of like emphasizes like the instance of like the expression, right? Sometimes like no mouth adds more to like the creepy effect, I guess, of something, right? And then you could just add like these like these hatching lines to add more, right, to it. Usually those are more fun to like figure out when you're like going to the hatching phase of the drawing. But you could also do something like this. To almost like make it feel like he's like tensing up for the thing, right? But even then, like, that's like, I'd rather have a more just like, oh, he's found his like prey kind of like look. Okay, yeah, let's draw the hair now. Now he's looking up, so we can do something like this, almost like have the hair like rise up a bit. And the hair can be difficult for me because I have it's a very unorthodox hairstyle, right? Because I'll have like this right here, this ridge right here, but then we'll have this, and then it's like a 3 like step like flay, like going up, right? But then this might not be, because his hair doesn't essentially curl. So we're trying to figure this part out. So we're gonna have to figure this part out. Which is, it's not bad. It's another fun instance to figure out. This might need to go a little higher. Oh yeah, with the neck. I totally forgot that we were supposed to figure that out, so we're gonna do that. Right, so when we last saw it, the neck is cylindrical, right? So when the hair comes down, it's gonna like come down either this way or it's gonna wrap, right? But I'm gonna treat it like it's this way. We're gonna fix the face shape even more too right here. See, now this, I'm starting to not be satisfied with it, so we're gonna just leave that in the air for now and try to get this section of the hair. let's stay in this flipped canvas for a bit. Cause I have a really bad habit, like that I'm always embarrassed to admit. I have a really bad habit that when I'm like drawing his hair, if whenever I do the backside of his hair and I flip the canvas, it's way too like it's not wide enough, and then like when you flip the canvas, it makes his like head look like it's like, like it's more off to the side, like as if like he has like a defect or something. And it always makes me laugh when I see it, but then I'm like, fuck, I gotta fix it too, you know? So there's always that. It's very frustrating at times, but it makes me laugh more than anything most of the time. Usually I don't draw anything within this section, but I think that would be fine if I did. Okay. I say let's do this. Let's follow the same way, right? And obviously this is the longest piece of his hair, right? It's the right bang, I guess you could say. Cuz it like when his eye's not exposed, it's covering his eye. So now this needs to be kind of fixed right here. So I'd say like maybe like right here. And we'll probably have to like shorten the hair a bit just to get it right, because his hair is a lot of trial and error. But it should be fine. And we could probably add the ear right here too. That wouldn't hurt. Now, so based on the orientation, right, you have more real estate of his left eye, like his left side of his face, right, and the right side. So you got to treat it the same way with the hair, right? Like you're not gonna have the hair all the way out here, right? You can if you want, but it's gonna be like more along to close to where the ear is. And that's, you can always use your ear too as like the ear that you draw on that side as like a guideline, right? Like almost your compass for your hair when you draw it. Human Doberman. Hey, Mr. Krabs. So I'm trying to see how this works. So we might fix this part. See, this is kind of difficult, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna figure it out. We already gotten this far. There's no giving up on this. You can't turn back after this. And you shouldn't even think. Once you get to like the inking phase, you never think about going back after that, because that's literally the last step, right? So if you ever like feel yourself like second guessing it when you're inking it, try to put your mindset in the perspective like, I already gotten this far, and I like, you know, if I really think that it's not good, I should replace it, then scrap it, right? Meaning like still finish it, but revise it if you need to, right? Like make another version of it, but don't like drop the entire page or the drawing itself, right? Because you already put all that effort and time to like get there. So it's always good to just see it through, because who knows, you might like it in the end. See, I'm trying to figure this part out, and this part is a little frustrating, but we'll get there. I guess we can add this like lower part. Now I think this part, this bang right here, is probably a little too long, so we're gonna just shorten it a bit. It was a little exaggerative, but not to my liking. Let's see if we can fix that. And I probably might fix this part right here now too, because I really need them to connect and make it like visible that they're connected. But it's gonna be something that I need to figure out. I think for now this is okay. We'll like look back at it again after we put our attention somewhere else, and maybe like I could see it with a refreshed mind and see if it needs any fixing or any like changes. So we're gonna draw this. Okay, maybe we don't need that. Let's not worry about that. Now always remember, when you draw clothes, it's always a cylinder compared to like the body, right? It's wrapping around the body, right? So you always got to make sure it's a cylinder, or else it can look flat, because you can't just do it like this, right? And then like that, right? That doesn't look right. You have to wrap it around the leg. And it doesn't have to be perfect too. You know, you just got to remember, like, you gotta look at it in a 3D space to the best that you can, right? Because even I can't always like envision it correctly, but it definitely does come a long way, right? With helping like just making everything look more intact and, you know, correct. See, with this part, since they're basically like that, we're gonna do that. Let's see. And we might add motion lines too, to like indicate that he's like turning, right? Like not just these two lines right here, but we might draw it on the face too or something. We'll see where the further we go in. But it's all about just figuring it out. Cocoa heart, are done by you. Now this is where I'm gonna try to follow my style of anatomy, or like muscles, I guess you could say. Now you see this right here, this section. I think it's caving in way too, or arcing way too much. So we're just gonna follow how it was originally. Cause the thing is this part of the like shoulder is supposed to connect to this chest, right? So if it was like arced up, it could still follow the chest, right? And essentially this still works, right? But I feel more comfortable when it's like this. So I'm just gonna follow how I originally sketched it and go from there. We'll just adjust the chest from there. See, I'm glad we got the Spider-Man-esque pose down too, you know? Like, it was definitely becoming a difficulty up there. It could definitely be better, right? But I think this is the best that I can do in this time, right? Like, this, at the skill level that I'm in right now, I think this is the best that I could do to portray this kind of, like, pose. But we almost lost there. We almost lost there. It was definitely becoming a hindrance. We're gonna arc this a bit more. I don't really like to draw the collarbone, but I think in here it's necessary. I can also do that. Okay, let's see. See, now the foreshortening in this arm looks like it should be fixed a bit, because you see how flat it looks. So I'm gonna try to see if I can like 3D-esque it a bit more, you know. So we're gonna go back to the guideline and try to fix that. So I'm gonna use like the little like cylinder tool, right? Or the cylinder technique, just to see where I'm missing. So you see right here, it should be kind of like right there. We also got to remember that we have to kind of like come into like an angle, like diagonally inward, because of the fact that it's foreshortened. And then we might, you see, and then we're gonna have to fix this hand too, right? Because like now it's starting to look like, okay, the hand's a little off. And since it's foreshortening, right? You want where your wrist is to overlap your hand too, which I totally forgot. Cause look, I even failed to do it here, right? And then you're gonna draw your hand like right there, right? Because it's like, since it's foreshortened, it's like part of the each section is like basically like being overlapped by the section above it. So this has to overlap at least a portion of the hand, and we'll go from there. We can definitely make the hands a little smaller too. Probably will make the foreshortening look even better too. Yeah, I think that makes it look a little better. We're gonna fix this too. It's almost like since his wrist is a little bit turned, well, not really, like his hand is turned a bit. It'll like complement the wrist a bit more. So we're just gonna try to get this to look right. Like drawing arms can be very difficult for me, solely because like I have a very weird style of anatomy with it, that sometimes it doesn't work in every angle that I place it in. So more than a lot of the times, it's either a hit or miss on the first pass of drawing the arm. But I think we essentially I think we're essentially getting there. You just gotta keep trying. Okay. I think we got it. This may need to be lowered a bit. So now I just thought about it. The easiest thing I can do for like motion is to like draw the eyes doing this, right? Like the little like line thing, right? And I'll make it look even more like in style in the inking, but that could also help with it. Like what I can do is I can have like the ink, right? And then I can have a pass of like a shade to it, right? So for instance, I could do something like this. I can have like the baseline, like the base. It's just the whole pupil and everything. And then I can have something like this, right? Right? Something like that. Like obviously like more structure than this, but that could also work. So I might go to that route when we get to the inking phase, but we'll see how everything plays out still. I'm trying to think that this maybe this is too much. Okay. Now, even though this wraps, like this part, like the neck itself wraps, right? I'm starting to wonder if I can just do that. Actually, no, I think no. I'm just overthinking it. I think wrapping it around like that is still perfectly fine. And obviously, when we like do the inking, the thickest liner is gonna be like the chin area, right? Like chin area coming up to like the cheek right here is probably gonna be the thickest, just to emphasize the perspective. So if you can always like either like get it set up and like with the sketch, or you can like just wing it in the line art. But we'll see. We're spending a good amount of time on this, but like I think it's fine. Let me see how long we've been streaming, folks. Let's see where we're at. We're sitting at about to be three hours and about 5 or so minutes. So we spent an hour so far on this process, this next process. So we're getting there. Because I just need to get these 2 panels straight now and figured, and then we can just ink everything because these panels are already essentially ready. We want to usually the little like wrist bone is like kind of like that. Granted, we don't need to have all of the lines, so we can just do this. I don't think we need to change the hair. If we do, I'll definitely like do it once we start inking. But I think the hair looks like it's doing what I need it to do. We might still need to fix this head shape though right here. Can I do a backflip? There's a video evidence of me doing a backflip, but people would say it's Photoshop. So you know, don't listen to those people, but I could definitely do a backflip. Definitely. Whoever tells you otherwise is wrong. Okay, I'm messing. Hold on, because we're kind of getting into a little issue. Because you see where this is, so we might have to. We might just have to keep this rounded. Let's see how it looked like originally. Because with the eyebrow, it, you know, essentially needs to be like this, right? But that doesn't look good. So we might just have to break the rule here. Just bend it a little bit, actually. I think for now that works. Just for now. I want to kind of like move it back. It's actually gonna be like this. Yeah. Okay, so we got this sketch down. We're just gonna look at it for like a good fat minute and judge it as much as we can to see where we go from here. I think that's okay. Alright, on to the next one. Now that I'm thinking about it, this panel works, but I have a better way of like conveying it. So we're gonna pull up. I'm gonna bring up the 3D model real quick and try to use that. You just kind of want to get it like all down to the best of your ability. Because this might actually make the flow even better. You just gotta keep problem solving as we go about it. See, so this just make it look really cool, right? And it also like convey the angle even more. So we're gonna kind of have it like right here, right? So what we're gonna have him do is we could probably definitely draw this out without a 3D model. So we're gonna have him like almost like curl downwards. And see, so he's gonna like curl downwards, and oh, hold on, forget that that these are on a different folder. Let's close that folder for now. So we're gonna have him like almost like curled downwards, right? And then, so that'll add even more anticipation, right? Like almost like a wind up, and then boom, he just goes straight shot, right? So now it even works. It conveys it even more, right? So we're gonna start drawing that part. So we obviously want him like crouched like this, right? So we're gonna use this as a guideline. So his arm's gonna be like right here, right? His legs basically gonna be facing like this way, right? Actually, no. His legs is gonna be like this, right? Right, with this foot right here. Might need to like bring out these legs a little bit more. And then right, like you gotta remember that perspective wise, this is a 3D space, so his other leg would be like, his other foot would be like right around here, right? Not like right here. It will probably be like right here, right? Like this little like blacked out spot. And then he's like grabbing right here. Check Draniel server. Let's see. am I trying to see? Is that Gremlina? No way. I gotta save these images. This is amazing fan art. Thank you so much, Leoli. Wow, this is actually amazing. Kremlina. That is so cool. So it's little gremlin and basically tall gremlina. Sorry about that, guys. Let's get back to it. Okay, so we could either have the deltoid right here, or we could probably bring it in a little bit more, right, to emphasize the arc a little bit more. But then we're gonna have to like draw like the muscles, like emphasizing contracting and like curling up a bit more. So we're gonna have to do that. Oh, sorry. So we're gonna have to do that as well. But what with this deltoid right here, we probably, since the hand's gonna be like right here, we kind of have to be like try to get it like just right, you know, because anything other than like what we're trying to do will probably make the whole like image seem off. So we gotta really like hone it in and try to get this and we're just like we're just trying to get this figured out, right? Because here's a little piece of the thing. Okay, so you see like right here, this is probably a little too like short, so we need to bring it out a bit more. That looks a little better. Now since it's like, since he's stretching his arms from where he's holding, your shoulder deltoid is gonna be like this, more so than like this, right? Because you're like pulling at it, right? So it's gonna be kind of like this, something like that, like we're like technically like that, right? So we're gonna let's look at the reference of this anatomy sculpture. Yeah, so we can work with this kind of like a anatomy. We might need to like do this a little bit more, and then like emphasize, you know, this part of the back. You know, because like you're gonna see, because like the spine is like all the way arched, right? So like it's gonna be pulling every other muscle with it. And like this is me just saying pseudo lingo, right? It's not like I'm a scientist or anything. I'm just like speaking on like how, like what I'm familiar with the human body. And then right here would be your pecs, like in this angle, right? But I feel like this would be blacked out a bit, just to emphasize it, like the depth of the character, right? And the thing is how are we gonna get the? How are we going to get the depth on the legs, right? Like maybe because you kind of won't see it, right? Because essentially it would be kind of like right here, but at the same time it's like this is where the perspective is, so maybe it's like, well, maybe like right here, right? So we'll just we just gotta remember that it's there, right? So we can black it out for now. Alright, the hardest part might be the head, because we gotta draw the kind of the neck, but it's like kind of not all there, right? Because this right here, I'm trying to remember what this is. I think, so these are your traps, right? Right here, your trapezoids. So it will kind of like overlap the neck. So I'm guessing the neck would be like right here. But the traps will probably have to extend out a bit more. Now we just gotta figure out the head, right? It looks good, but I think I can like exaggerate it a little bit more. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pump up the traps and like the rest of the muscles, and just have it follow the spine pattern again right here. We might revert back to, though. I'm not sure. We gotta see what it looks like. Okay, that looks better, but we probably need to cave in the head a bit more. I think that's good enough. You see, now we have an even more like communicative like panel that literally directly just goes to this, right? We could probably adjust this to like follow like a perfect like line of direction from this panel. But now when the reader sees this, here's their anticipation panel, right? Here's the wind up panel. Here's the release. And then here's the, I don't know what you would call this panel, but basically it's like the precursor panel to the impact, right? This is the anticipation of the impact from the target itself. So we can call that like AI, right? Anticipation impact. I know, funny abbreviation. But now we're able to like communicate this action super clear, at least to the best that I can do, for the reader, right? Because you always want the reader to really understand what you're trying to like convey. And sometimes it'll be difficult, and sometimes you won't get it all the time. But what matters is that you try, right? And you go out of your way to try to learn it and put yourself in that position to challenge yourself to get it right, you know? Which is perfectly fine if it doesn't turn out like how it should. What's good is that you tried, and your next attempt will definitely be a lot better. There's always room for improvement, even for like the great like manga, because they're always seeking what's the next like step, or the next like strategy that they can do to one up themselves, right, and get better at what they drew like prior. Now this trap needs to come down here a bit more. Okay. We're very close to starting to ink. I might even add like I might even add like the ring, the octagon in here, but we'll see if it like obscures it or like takes away from the focal point. Where we're sitting at, let's see. We're sitting at 3 hours and 20 minutes. So a little long than usual on making a page, but it's not horrible. So we're at least like doing pretty okay. This might reach into the like midnight, and that's totally understandable if you guys like are already gone and have to go to sleep. Like, I totally understand. But just checking OBS to make sure that we have everything like figured out, right? Like everything's still like good, everything's still like hunky dory. Once again, I'd like to thank the audience for like coming in to come and watch. It's very I'm very thankful for that, so thank you very much. All right, now that we got this, time to draw the hair, right? Now we can delete this. We don't need this anymore. We can also draw like action lines, right, to like showcase that he's turning. Now his hair's not that big. Okay, so I would assume his face is like right here, right? So the hair's gonna be right here. And the ears probably be like, it might actually be closer now I think about it. Like probably like right here. Now we can also like maybe draw like this strand right here. Now since we can see his back, this will be a good time to like show you how I like wrap the tattoo around that I designed for him. So we will get to that. That'll be also a really cool thing to show. Now one thing I learned that a friend taught me is when it comes to tattoos, especially if it's like a back tattoo, you don't want like the details of the back to overlap the tattoo, right? Because you're showcasing the tattoo. So you kind of want whatever's like wherever the tattoo is, don't draw like any like back muscles like on top of it. Just draw anything around it, right? Like a perfect example would be like this page right here. So you see how like I have all the details right here for like the back of the arm, but where the back tattoo is, there's like no lines like of definition from the back. The closest thing is just the shading of the back, right? It just makes the tattoo more visible, and if it's something that you really want to convey to the reader to want to see the tattoo, it definitely makes it a lot easier for them to see that. So that's a really good really good way of going about it when it comes to like tattoos. Like tattoos mitigate more so the details of the muscles to when you need to draw it, for the sake of the tattoos being there, right? Like you want the tattoos to really shine. So that's where like you can get the excuse to basically be like, well, since I have tattoos wrapped around my character's body, I don't really have to draw the like muscle details on it, you know? And it's kind of true. You don't really have to. At least in my opinion. But yeah, I learned that from a friend, and it was a very good idea because although sometimes I do draw the details on the tattoo, it's like I keep it at a bare minimum, you know? So it's actually really good that I learned that. And it's boosted the time of like working on a tattoo a lot more too. Like I don't have to spend so much time on like drawing anything around it really. You see right here, the muscles is a little too thin, so we're gonna like beef it up a bit right here, just a tiny bit. And technically I'm just gonna follow my own like sketch right here. Just probably add like some muscle details right here, and probably like another like muscle like wrap right there. Draw the little like ankle bone. We want to follow the orientation of the background, right? So the feet is gonna, the base of the feet right here is gonna be parallel with the like the orientation of the screen right here, right? So we're gonna try to follow that. Because the feet is following the rules of the screen, since it's basically on that surface, so it needs to follow like its orientation. Granted, this is actually pinky toe, and I made it look like a Now, granted, I could probably like add more like 3D depth right here, right? I'm thinking maybe I can, but it's like this shot is very it's very thin on the perspective, right? And I think it's okay that I bend the rules of like not showing like the other side of the body as much, so because I think it conveys what I'm trying to do with the wind up. So I think this is totally fine. And I know a lot of the times when I'm like giving this kind of like advice, I'll like probably contradict it like later in the video. And so like that's why like maybe like don't take everything I say to heart. Just like apply it to what you think it is, and like if it works for you, it works for you, right? Then you go from there. But I really like to share like my techniques, or like what I do to draw, so I'm always willing to like be open about it. See, and this something's wrong right here. So that's his left hand, right? I put the thumb in the wrong spot. I just realized. Actually, no, I didn't. I'm being stupid. I was looking at my right hand for reference. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, so that's his left hand, right? So from here, the hand should be like this. You have more chunk of this palm, right? And then you're gonna have this part of the palm, and then the thumb is right here. Now it looks weird right here, but like once I do this, it should balance out. I think it's still too like far out. It's gotta probably be like that. Could also be that I'm just putting way too much detail into the hand when it's not necessary. And then I'm just gonna silhouette this area for this hand. And you see where the deltoid the deltoid is and where the arm is? That does not, this part right here where the wrist is, it's not supposed to curve down. It's supposed to be more straight towards here. So we're gonna follow that line. So now we're gonna adjust right here. We can probably like do something like, let's see how this looks when it's like this. I think it's okay the way it already is. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, I think that's good enough. I think it gets the message across. And now we're gonna not forget the tattoo when we get to it. We'll do that in the inking process. But this essentially is ready. So now we could also do, before we get to the inking phase, we could do the sound effects. Usually I do them last, but I'm feeling like the sound effects right now. So we're probably gonna jump straight to the sound effects, right? So I'm not the best at Japanese, but I'm gonna try to see what I can find for it. I'm trying to do like a little meta thing with the comic where it's like, since it's taking place in Japan, the sound effects are in Japanese, but if the location changes to like a different country or something, the sound effects will change to like that language, right? Just for the fun of it. It's like a little like game for me, I guess. But look, this is, so we changed it from that, and then this is what the original like version of that looked like. So this is what we had. So we had 3 panels of anticipation, right? And like, okay, it looks nice, but do you see how from this compared to this, the flow and like the readability has like improved by a good margin? So like with this, the panels look more static, right? And almost like it's not as dynamic as like it is compared to the bottom half, right? Because the bottom half we're looking at like an angle, and like we're doing a close-up, right? Zoom in. Here it's like, okay, we got one flat stationary, we're looking dead straight at him, right? Okay, now we got a close up, we're looking straight at him. He's clenching, right? Like he's almost like flexing in a way, right? And then we have one more to like anticipate the muscles contracting before the jump, right? They all look static compared to this revised version. This revised version, although less intense, because the other version had like, you know, like the muscle contractions and everything more, although less intense, it looks more clean, it looks more readable, and it looks nicer and more pleasing to the reader and the eyes, right? They will be able to breeze through this page without being confused compared to the other one. And the other one, they probably would have to take an extra second or two to look at the panels to be like, what is he doing in the top 3, right? And here they could just look at the first panel for like a couple seconds, second panel for a couple seconds, zoom straight to the third and the fourth, right? That way they can get straight to the impact page, which is like, I don't mind that they won't look at it for too long, but like I want them to have a good reading experience and a comfortable reading experience. So I think this works best for them, and it works best for me too, because then it's like I learned a bit more perspective, or like I tried it a little bit more, and I like trying to teach myself more about flow, right? So this definitely works a lot better to the other one, which I'm glad I decided that this would be the page that we would work on today. See, now this foot right here, it's the same thing with the knee. It's broken, right? So we're gonna fix this foot right now, actually. So the foot is gonna be like this. It's always good to like step away from a panel and come back to it later, because then you'll be able to like look at it with a fresher mind. You see, that's a whole lot better now, like night and day. Okay, cool. All right, okay, let's do the sound effects. Just bear with me. I'm gonna go look up some translations and such. For all my fellow comic artists, if you use Japanese sound effects and you need like onomatopoeia stuff, I do have some links that I can share in the chat. Just give me 1 second. That way it could be helpful for my fellow comic artists out there. Okay, here are some like links that you guys can go to like look for some Japanese onomatopoeia for your like sound effects for your like comics or manga. I find these sites like very helpful, and then like if I can't find anything there, I go through Google as well. This is amazing. Sorry, I'm just checking some messages. Okay. Um, I wouldn't know what sound effect I would use for the second panel. So let's figure that out. Let's see. I guess bow could be a good one, right? Kinda like bowing down instead of like ducking for like that second panel. So let's see what that Japanese onomatopoeia could be. Peko, I guess. I'm not trying to go for like pure accuracy. I'm just trying to get the vibe of it. Not trying to say that I don't want to be accurate, but I think if it's telling me Peko, then we're gonna do Peko. So we're gonna color this layer. Ooh, it's pe. So the 1010 would be like a no. Well, let's try this again. Hold on. Let's make the coal a little bit smaller. Well, maybe bow isn't the right way to. Maybe let's Let me see if what would be another word for someone like basically like turning their head down, right? Like putting their head down. Guess we're just gonna have to look at this list and see what we can find. I mean, whoosh can work too. I mean, that kind of like anticipates it and does a wind up. So I guess like the botsu for whoosh can work. So we might do that. Yeah, let's do well, let's keep. I'm gonna have botsu like on my mind. Let me just keep looking just real quick. Alright, let me go past Peko and see if there's anything further from there. You know, Rumble can also work, like go 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 go. That can also work. Now I think about it. But I like Botsu. I think we're gonna settle with that. So that's gonna be. Oh, slant can also work too. I didn't even think about that, but I don't think I can find that. Yeah, let's go with Botsu. And then Tsus. Let me just make sure I'm writing it right. Yeah. Okay, so that's Botsu, which is whoosh, you know. So we're just gonna we're just gonna use that. Why not? And then we're gonna do Don, but we can also do go 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 go. But I don't think that. Actually, you know what? Let's not use Don for the first one. I want this to be smaller. I don't want it to take up too much space. Question is, where am I gonna put it? Maybe like right here is fine. No. I mean, it's not bad. Yeah. Let's just make it smaller. Ooh. no. Okay. We'll just settle with right here. Why not? Okay, I'm very indecisive. We'll just put it right here. I'm trying to find the like the shing like sound effect. Maybe it's like king in Japanese. I guess we'll just have to keep looking. Snap wouldn't work. We may not be able to finish this page tonight. I'm thinking like probably we'll end this stream in like the next 2.5 hours, because I don't want it to linger too long. But we're gonna try to see if we can finish it. I know I did say that we were gonna finish it, but if it's not done by then, at least most of the process has been shown. I do want to show like the final processes though. But if we don't finish it in this live stream, I apologize in advance. But I think we'll definitely do more live streams like this, so we'll see more like progress, if anything. Yeah, we'll probably end it at 12, or like we'll end it at 12 Eastern, 1 a.m. 12. I'm so sorry. We'll end it at 12 Central, 1 Eastern, and 10 Pacific. For my out of the country folks from like outside of the United States, I'm sorry, I don't know what time zone that would be correlated to you, but that's if you want, you can compare it to 12 Central Time of America to see what that time zone is for you. Okay, I found it. Giro for glare. Let's do glare. I think that would be good for this. So we're gonna move this down. So let's do Giro. And I believe roll is like this. You see how the sound effects goes like flows into the next like panel too. I think that's pretty cool for this. This was just a little like a happy accident, I guess you could say. Yeah, I think that's okay. So let's just get that, and then we're gonna just do like a burst sound effect, I guess. Let's see what would that be. So they don't have a burst sound effect, but let's see. Oh no. One of the Japanese onomatopoeia websites just crashed on me. Let's see. Ooh, look at that. Buotsu. Burst. Well, let's see what the other one is. Yeah, Buotsu. That's a good one. Yeah, Buotsu. Buotsu. Okay. But that one's in hiragana, so we're gonna have to draw that in hiragana. So and then we'll probably fiddle with the sound effects here. Stream with Dran? I would love to stream with Dran. I think we talked about it, but we'll probably have to be like a chill test stream. Maybe like we'll do like a game together if anything. But I would love to do a stream with Dran. We'll see what happens. Okay, so this is Buotsu, right? So we're gonna do this. Ooh, that does not look good. Okay, let's do like speed lines. I think I'm getting this wrong. Yeah. It's always trial and error with these. We might like adjust this. We also want the, you know, we might just settle with using a Japanese font for this. So let me just pull up one of my Japanese fonts. Yes, I am. I'm still streaming. It's taking longer than expected, but it's still coming along. We will cut it off in a couple hours just to save on time and like so that way no one's like tired and they can go to bed. And there will be a VOD saved for this. And we will try to do like our next stream. We will try to finish a page for our next stream for sure. Maybe yeah, I think this will work. I need to use this as a small one, so let's do a. Actually, it doesn't need to be, because I don't know if the dash would work, but yeah, sure, let's do that. I think this is okay. We're gonna have to white it out. And we'll use like black borders for it. I think that's okay, yeah. And then obviously we're gonna tweak it even more from here. Let's make a copy just in case if we mess up. And we're gonna have it like come towards him, right? Kinda. So we're gonna also do. Okay, maybe this. Hold on. I'm trying to see what could work. Ah, now that I think about it, I could have did it like this. Okay, let's save this orientation, right? And we're gonna bring this one back. We're gonna put this back on text direction on horizontal. And now we're gonna make a copy of this. We're gonna rasterize this one too. Perspective. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's more clear for the reader too, right there. And then we'll probably like shrink this. But we don't want it to be like too much. Let's make this white. The same thing with this. We're gonna border this out. I wish I could like have my playlist playing in the background for you guys, because obviously like lo-fi hip-hop is cool, but like, you know, I feel like it could get boring at it eventually for you guys. But like everything I listen to is obviously copyrighted, so that's the unfortunate thing. But I just wish I could. Where's my phone at? Oh. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry, I keep pausing in between these like drawings. Sorry. I was checking messages again. Let's see. Oh. Okay. I think for now we'll keep this sound effects right here, right? And we're probably gonna adjust this burst to like follow the same direction that Daiichi is doing right here. But I think we got all the sound effects that we need. We don't need one for the fourth panel. Okay, so we are logged at 4 hours and 10 minutes. So we are 2 hours left of the live stream, and the next live stream will probably be longer. Because I kind of want to do like live streams where it's like I do like how I normally work, like 9 to 12 hours when I work on my pages. But for this one, we'll probably end it prematurely since it was a test live stream. But let's get back to it. Enough like diddle dallying. All right, I'm gonna ink this first panel, and I'm gonna show you how I ink. It's very like simple. So what we'll do is that anything below this folder 3 copy right here, is gonna be the reference, right? And we're gonna turn off the backgrounds. Actually, we're gonna keep it on because we want to have the orientation of the background itself. But we're gonna make a folder specifically for like the line art, and I do three layers. One that's blue, one that's red, and then one that's orange. So my blues are my outlines, right? Like the outer line of basically the contour of the piece, right? And then my reds, I would do my inner line art, and then the orange would be all the hatching and like shading basically. And this is where I'm gonna use my own custom pen that I made. So we're gonna start right away. And since this is like a dynamic perspective, we're gonna keep the motif that the head is the closest thing to the camera, so it's gonna have the most line weight, like the thickest line weight. And we can follow the guidelines if you want, but we can also like problem solve ourselves right here. But this jaw is a little too sharp, so we're gonna do that again. And then we're gonna add a little curve right here. See, and another thing that I will do is that I'll have like you know how like when people like when they make like comics and such, they'll like use a white outline. Like for instance, like right, like outside the black, right? I'll use that to like separate the different sections of the perspective as well, to just put more emphasis on that. And then this will be a like regular thin, right? So it won't be too big. Remember, we're only doing like the outer liner, right? We can break into it a bit. Like for instance, like the chest is gonna be like the same orientation, so that will be like the same thickness. And this is basically my favorite part. Just a line art. I love doing the line art. Alright, this is where things are gonna get thinner, right? So now I'm gonna start just doing lighter strokes. Now this way of drawing for me, I adopted it from a mangaka called Daromion. He's the creator of Kengan Ashura, or the artist of Kengan Ashura and Omega. And I would watch his live streams, and I realized I had like saw that he'll only draw like he'll start with the outline, like the whole contour of the piece. And at first it just looks it looks weird, it looks off at first, right? But when he starts adding to it, it just looks so nice. Like everything just came together real nice, and I just had to like take it for my own. I was like, wow, this is amazing. I need to start adopting this. And I started adopting that like kind of like technique for like line art like when I started this chapter. So like chapter 1 is very different artistically to chapter 2, but I'll try to find a consistency with it eventually. But like right here we're gonna thicken the line art just a little bit right here. And we'll keep an open negative space like right here for now, but we will still add like those white lines just to hammer in the perspective, like the foreshortening and everything. And we're gonna make this head just a little bit thicker with the line art as well. See now, since the feet are like the farthest away, even though they're same elevation as the hands, right? But like perspective, like foreground, midground, background. Since it's the farthest away, I'm gonna try to make it the thinnest with the size that I brush that I have. And I could keep the line art, like the inner line art, with the same thickness, just for the fact that it'll be more simplified compared to the rest of the line art. We'll probably just have to thicken this part out. This would be a lot thicker. So you just gotta think like what's overlapping what, right? So like this part of the deltoid is overlapping the chest, right? And then the chest will kind of overlap the other pec of like the other pectoral and like the pants, right? So like this is how it would like overlap one another, like something like that. And the same thing would apply to like the back part of this deltoid right here, like the shoulder deltoid. But then this will stay like basically like that. We want it to match the same thickness as like, you know, this corner of the deltoid, right? Same goes here. This part of the deltoid is gonna overlap the bicep a tad bit, and so with this one right here. Right, just a tiny bit, like not all the way, but you wanna emphasize like the depth, right? Like the perspective and the foreshortening by doing that. And the same thing's gonna happen with like so you see how this bicep is a little bit, right? This one's gonna be like a little bit more so. Right, but it's gonna start actually thinning out right here, actually. My bad. And now we're just gonna follow. See, like storyboarding is very like useful and to like use, and I was very avoidant of it most of my like practice when it comes to like making comics, or at least like working on comic pages. But recently, like I started picking up like script like the storyboarding, because it helps you with the flow and the pacing of everything, but you can also like still edit everything else. Like you can still edit the same pages and like change it up once you like get to like the actual like you know, page making process where you start finalizing it and roughing it out. So it's always gonna be treated as like your little guideline, right? But it's always refreshing to know that you already basically have an idea of how it's gonna be, right? You already have like it like laid out and ready to like just be tackled. At that point, it lessens the stress of the fact that like I don't know what the next page is gonna be, right? It definitely like lifts that weight off your chest. So I always find that I find storyboarding, although boring it can be at times, is definitely an essential thing that I think is it's almost like a cheat code, you know? So I just wanted to shout out storyboarding, because it's a very good process of the comic making experience, and helps a lot in regards to that. Now we can thicken like the bicep line out right here a bit, right? Just a tad bit. See, it's coming along. Now, when this thigh, right, it's overlapping the lower half of the leg, like where the calves are, right? So you can extend the line art like all the way up to here. And the same goes for the calf muscle right here, right? You're gonna extend it all the way to the ankle bone, but you don't have to like, you don't have to go all the way like that. You can also do the same with this. And you see, it looks like the leg is just a little bit too long, so we're just gonna shorten it right here. Right? See, that works out. We're just probably gonna have to like shrink the calf size to not make it look too short. Maybe like this short. That way we can do that. Like I said, my anatomy is not perfect. Okay, so we got the bottom portion pretty straightened out. So now we're gonna finalize it with the hair. So since this part of the hair is the closest, we're gonna make this the thickest of the hair. We want the ends to sharpen in inwards. So we're gonna do that. We'll just keep it at 2 for now. What's good is that when you draw on vector layers and clip, there's a vector eraser. If you overshoot your lines, you could just use the vector eraser, and it'll delete like the intersection lines that you want out of the way. So that's always very helpful, and it speeds up the process a bit. So it's definitely like a recommended tool. See, look, I'm just breezing through these lines. I'm gonna keep that one right there. And this one will just have to thicken a bit. See, now we might actually have to make this a little different. Yeah, let's cut this out. Can't forget this little like tail. I'll probably only for this channel. I'll probably like only do live streams. I don't think I would do like actual videos, but I'll make sure that every single live stream is saved as a VOD, and that the live chats are like preserved in them too. But that looks like that's gonna be the plan. Is just doing like art live streams or like video game live streams if I do any. But I'm not sure when this next live stream will be. But I'll definitely like notify in my socials. So just be sure to like check out my socials from time to time. I might do a live stream like soon, you know, like another one. Okay, so that's everything for the outer line art. So now we're just gonna work on the inner line art. And usually I cut the brush size by half for the inner line art. And I stay with the same brush. And then when I do the hatching, I use my like KK like a KK pen that I like customize a bit for the hatching, since it's like thin enough to like work on that. But usually I just yeah, usually from the majority of my line art, if not all of it, I used my custom brush. Let's see. Maybe yeah, let's follow where it's going right here. Let's just leave it like that. So there's like this mangaka that I watch a lot lately. Their name is Ken Solgan, and they're the ones that work on the manga that I mentioned called Youth Explosion. And he almost only does, well, he does a lot of videos, but like he does a lot more like live streams of him working on the manga. And he'll like, his live streams will be like 9 hours long, but he'll get like 5 or 6 pages done, which is insane. Like, I can't wait to like get to that speed. But like, I think it's insane because he does it on average, but it makes sense because like he's a published mangaka, so like I feel like he's expected to like have that kind of speed. But it still doesn't take away how impressive that is. And I highly recommend whoever wants to watch another like mangaka like do their work, like an official one, a professional one. I highly recommend Ken Solgan. I can put his let me put his YouTube channel in the chat right now, actually. See if I can find it too. It's in all Japanese. Is my... Can y'all hear me? Is like my audio being picked up or... Okay. I was just tripping, my bad. I thought my audio wasn't getting picked up, but okay. Yeah, if you check chat, that's the mangaka's YouTube channel, the one that makes a Youth Explosion. Highly recommend you watch him, especially if you're like a lover of like manga and want to like see like a professional artist work. His stuff is very like inspiring and very fun to watch. Very, very fun to watch. We're just trying to figure this part out, this like how to draw the eyes, because with his eyes it can be kind of specific at times. So let me just see what I have set up for him. Yeah, let's see what this looks like. Okay. So it's technically the same. Just have to do it like this. But yeah, my apologies. I'm not a really fast drawer. I can be fast at times, but like, especially if I'm like you know, getting distracted a lot, I can be very slow. So I apologize. But I hope you found like the process of me making a page like entertaining. And like, if you ever want me to like talk about specific like topics, just let me know. I'd be more than willing to talk about anything. Trying to get this correct. Okay, I think this works. Let's see. So it's gonna be like this. Okay, probably gonna have to, I can see where this seems off now. Probably bring this one a little closer. Actually, I might change it to this. Yeah. Alright, this is where things are gonna speed up a bit, for at least for this section of the drawing. Maybe it just needs to be like right here. This probably shouldn't be like that. Probably. We'll see what works from this. Maybe like right here. That might work. And then this, I would say it encroaches, it like curves to the left for this one. So I would assume it starts to the left and then it starts working, you know, this way. And obviously you got your, what I like to quote, your jugular muscle, even though that's not what it's called. I gotta look what that, it's not even a muscle, like I gotta look up what this part of the anatomy is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, that works. Yeah, right there. I think. Yeah, so that's all the line art. So now we're gonna get into hatching, which is, it can either be some of my favorite or some of my least favorite, but it all just depends. Okay, so so there's light coming from the jumbotron right behind him, right? So a lot of the shading is gonna be right here towards the front, right? So he's gonna have more highlights coming from the corners of his body contour than he would anywhere else, and his darkest point would be his middle section. So this part right here where his chest is would probably be the darkest section. We could also like shade it in first before we do the hatching, but we'll see how the hatching looks first before we jump into that. We could turn off the guidelines too. The same goes for right here. So you see like the legs right here, it would be like probably the darkest, but right here would be where the light would hit it. So we're not gonna touch that. We're just gonna touch right up here. And I might change it too, but we'll follow like this for now. I think shading it into will probably help me like get a visual. So let's shade it in. Okay. So since it's a harsh light, it's gonna be met with harsh shadow. So the shadow is gonna be a lot darker than I would normally do for like the characters. So I probably maybe 30 would work. Opacity. Yeah, let's do 30 opacity for now. Okay, so it's safe to say we can definitely just shade the whole front, like the mid-ground, like the middle part of the face. Boom. Okay, so we'll get that. And we might change the lighting too, because even though that there's harsh light coming from the jumbotron behind him, there's also still light elsewhere in the arena, right? Like there's still the top lights. So like if anything, we're probably gonna have to match it as well from here, right? So harsh lights right here. Definitely like I'd say like it'll be like right here. Right? So the bottom section would be dark. And I say this part would be dark, but then right when we get here, that's when it gets light. It could also be dark, but we'll figure it out when we get to it. Exactly. I feel like the feet will probably be like this. Right? And as we get closer to like the hands, then we start getting those highlights as well. And like the hand will probably be something like this. This is how I would do it. We'll do it like this. Actually, no, other way around. And then this would be light. That'd be like your highlight. And so he's getting hit by like light from the top, right? So if he's getting hit by light from the top of his head would be like completely like white right here, right? And then I believe his cheeks too can be like somewhat something like that. I think we can also do the top of the lip. But I don't know if I want to do that. Let's see. Well, let's see how it looks. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks like he's got a little like milk mustache. I think we can do without it. So we'll just get rid of it. We'll just add more to this one. And so like, okay, so like the hair's up here, right? So we're gonna shade from here. Cause whatever the light's hitting, whatever's underneath that object, if it's coming from the top, is gonna be hit by shadow, right? Like there's only gonna be shadow under there. So there's only gonna be shadow there. There's only gonna be shadow here. I guess the same could be like right about here. We're gonna just keep trying until we get it right. Now, I think I'm not sure if like where the eyebrows are I can do this. Let me see, because since it's encroached, I feel like you wouldn't see. Yeah, I feel like you wouldn't see it. Yeah, I would say you couldn't see it, so let's just cover it up. The same goes right here, so like this flap right here, easy, right? It's gonna be completely covered from right here. And then we just start hitting it with this, with the underlight right here. Give it more 3D look as well. Here. Okay, so right here, these toes are hitting the screen, so I would probably do that. Technically, it would be a lot more too. But I think we're fine. And then obviously we need to shade this part in. So we'll hide the hatching for now and just work on the shading, and we'll add the hatching right after, because the shading can provide us with a good guideline for the hatching. Be something like, let's see. So this would obviously be covered. Sorry. Lighting can be tricky at times, because you just wanna get it right, and you gotta keep imagining and finding reference to like keep it as like accurate and consistent as possible to like what you're already like adding to, you know, like what you're like drawing it with. I'm using the wrong kind of phrasing. Essentially, you want to keep up the same like same strategy that you're doing with the lighting and keep it consistent. I think this, for now, is doable. We can work with this. And I'm obviously going to add the shading to the pants now, too. So let's just hide it. Here. We're just going to add this. Now, why is this low opacity? just realized. Oops. Yep. Now, like this portion right here is black, so it don't really matter filling that in. We should probably fill it in with the black that it's supposed to have though, before I forget. Remember how I said I was gonna add like the white lines? So we're gonna do that right now actually. Usually I do that last, but I want to see what it looks like. So we're gonna use the same brush. We're just gonna, now granted I could do like the borderline effect or like just select, but I find it feeling a lot better when you like when you draw it manually, right? It obviously takes more time, but it's also fun too, right? It makes you feel like you're doing it with whiteout, like naturally when you're doing it traditionally. But this will help with the perspective even more, because it'll immediately like train it'll immediately like tell the reader like, okay, this is above this, right? Like this is basically the first layer, the top layer, and then the next one is like above the other one, right? And it doesn't matter if you like overlap your line art a bit, because at the end of the day, it's like nobody's gonna stare at it for like too long, right? So it doesn't really hurt, and it'll make it look more natural too, like more traditional. So it's a kind of a win-win, you know. And we'll add more too once like the background is finished. But you see how like that already does a lot, right? And then the next layer would be the arms, right? So now we're gonna do this. It literally like it does so much, even though it's such a simple like, you know, like step. It adds so much to the drawing. And the chest would like work into it. I don't know if I should do it like this. Yeah, I think I should. Now granted, like this, obviously this drawing isn't perfect. Like you know, I feel like that there definitely could be a lot more improvement with this, and like it's got a lot of flaws to it, but at the end of the day, it's like you're making a story, right? So you want to put that as priority. So like if your art can at least convey the story like clearly to your audience. And I'm not saying that like I'm saying this from like oh, my stories are good. I'm just like basically stating like what like a professional would say, like clear and focused, and like obviously like easy to read is like what you should strive for when it comes to your work. And I find the most easiest like relaxing, like, or the most easiest like flow, like it's super easy to read, like manga to be the most enjoyable, you know. So I think since that's something that makes me enjoy the process more, I believe that that's probably like what makes your comic like better, you know. Makes you a better comic artist too, because it teaches you to like simplify things a little bit more, and to like prioritize what should be like put more like effort into, and what is okay to, you know, just like not do the bare minimum. I'm not saying to do the bare minimum, but more so like you don't have to go extreme on it, right? You want to keep that for like you want to keep that for like your most like jaw-dropping pages, right? But you should always strive to do your best in every single page and panel. Okay, now we're gonna go back to hatching. Let's see, what do we have again? Okay, we're gonna work on this again. Alright, first I'm gonna start with the outlines, because I love doing this. I think I should probably add it to the eyes too. Okay, so maybe we should do it at an angle. Like a slight angle, and see how that looks real quick. This could also I saw like this technique from Ashura's Gate. Maybe I can like try that out. Let's see what that would look like. I almost never use, like, I don't think I've used tones for this comic, so I'm probably gonna, this is probably gonna be like very very situational. Needs to be like color in order for it to work. The problem is that I can't tell if it's like changing at all. Maybe it's not supposed to be like a tone. Let me find a texture for it. Let's try this again. And let's turn this back to monochrome. Oh, we might not need this layer actually. Where is... Let's go to textures real quick. Let's see if... Oh, it's downloading. Let's see if this works. I mean... Okay, but where do I change the size on that? Oh, wait. Right here. Yeah. I don't know about that. No, let's try something else. What about this one? Oh, almost messed up. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna be able to finish this tonight, but we'll definitely finish a page next time. Let's bring it right here. I mean, this is cool, but it's not. It doesn't. It's more of a mood hatching, like hatching technique. So I'm trying to find one that's like If I might pull it up, but like I have to look for it. I might still just hatch it. I'm trying to see what sticks. It's close, but it's not what I'm looking for. It could honestly be this, but I don't want it textured. Ooh, maybe I do want it textured. Ooh, that's still not it though. Yeah, what if I do this? Yeah, we're not getting what we want out of this. Let me see if I can find it in the asset store real quick. What would I even texture? Let me see if it's under that category. What about shading? Let's see if it's under shading. Okay, that was the last of my monster. I mean, these are all cool, but these aren't what I'm trying to look for. Let me see if I can here. Let me see if I can add my my Clip Studio itself to OBS. I can show you what I'm like talking about. Let me minimize this. Okay. Where's my Clip Studio at? Let's add. Is it window capture or am I tripping? Yeah. Window capture. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That actually, okay, that was simple. Now I don't have an example of what to show. What if I click out of this? Will it disappear? Oh yeah, cool. Obviously, I'm just okay. Looks like it won't. Okay, I'm not like showing any like sensitive like information, obviously. So we're trying to look for a texture. Granted, it's more of a want than a need, but I do want to at least see if I can find it. It's like somewhat similar to what this brush looks like, but it's not that. It's not that exactly. It's like a screen tone effect, right? But something that I can make it without it being a screen tone. So we're gonna look for it. I'm probably like looking in the wrong place though. Let's go to, you know what, let's type in, yeah, let's type in screen tone. Let's see. Okay, this is very close actually. Very close. Okay, it's not it, but this looks amazing. I'm definitely gonna get this. And it's free too, so that's even better. I have to make a halftone category for my brush channels. Let me, you know what? Let me pull it up. Let me just pull it up. This is. Let me go to Manga Plus. Is it Asura's Gate? Here it is. Oh, Asura's Verdict, my bad. Where is it? It's when he meets like that demon guy that gives him the key. Also, the shading in this manga is so clean. I kind of want to get to that point. I feel like I can. It's just that I have such a specific style of shading right now for the one shot that I don't think I should change it too much. How do I even like, okay, let me screenshot this. Let me see if I can zoom this in. I feel like Clip has this and I'm just not looking in the right place, like in my material logs. Let me see. And let me pull it up on OBS so I can show you guys what I mean. Let me close this real quick. Ooh, that needs to get all the way down here. Just turn that off. Okay, yeah, this right here. I'm trying to get like this specific like texture, I guess you could say. Like I know it's somewhere. It's probably even in somewhere in my assets. But I have no clue where I could find it. Like no clue. So maybe let's pull a poem real quick. Let's move home towards to the left. Oh yeah, totally forgot that this is over on top. Yeah, let's see if we can find it. I probably have it in my thingamabobber already. I just don't know what that would be called, or like, you know. Wow, this is not bad. I'm getting this too. Oh wait, this is image material, not a brush. It's taking its time loading, so I'm just not gonna bother. Yeah, this one's cool right here, this left one. This one's close. It's like similar, but it's not. I'm trying to get it like the exact one. Alright, I'm gonna try a couple more like loads. And is it this? It's close. Let me download it just in case. In case that is it. I don't know why I'm so like adamant on trying to find this. Okay. Let's just put that away. And we'll get rid of this. You know, I think about it, it doesn't even like fit the like what I'm trying to it doesn't fit the like the essence of the panel, but I still kind of want to find. Let me check my assets real quick and then we'll just move on from it. Let's pull that up. Oh, we may have found it thanks to a friend. This looks like it might be it. Okay, I'm gonna download this and let's see. Let's pull it up. Okay, my friend Skitomi came in clutch because this is probably it. Alright, let's pull it up real quick on the home. Alright, let me show my home real quick in case like you guys want to find it or like use it too. So that way I'm gonna put in the code for it. I'm almost 100% positive this is it actually. Like it's like right around like these three, right? I would say it's probably this one, like this like density. But even this works and you just lower the opacity. Okay, yeah, let's download it. I'm probably not gonna use it for this panel now that I think about it, but like let's see what it looks like though. Thank you so much, Skitomi. That was a clutch moment. Okay, let's see. Let's check our downloads. I should add a download window for that. Where would I put this? Let's put this in cross-hatching. Now, is this a brush? I didn't check to see what it said. It is a brush. Okay. Alright, let's go to our brushes. I gotta make a new section for my brush for this. Let's rename this tone brushes. Yeah, let's call it that. Or just tones. Yeah. Okay, where am I? I wonder how it's gonna look like with a monochrome layer, because all my layers are like, ooh. Hold on. It could just be I'm not doing it right. Wait, is this the one? Hold on. I think I pressed the wrong. What was it called again? Here it is. Oh my god, I'm being so. Oh wait, it's. Yeah, this is the one. Hold on. I'm probably doing it wrong. Let me like lower the size. No? Particle size maybe? Okay, it's kind of getting there. Let's see. I feel like since it's monochrome, it's probably... No. Let me see if I can decipher what it was saying. So obviously, I think this is tied to like maybe opacity. Is there an English translation? Replace in the tip brush. Let me just Oops. Let me just feed this through Google Translate and see what it's saying exactly. We have like about 30 more minutes left, but I'll see if I can schedule another one next week, maybe in the coming weeks, if not next week. I just can't do it all the time because then I don't want to spoil too much, but we'll see what we can do. We'll definitely do another one. Let's see. How do I do it through images? Okay, here we go. Okay, this is a hatch style brush. There are 3 types, thin, medium, and thick, and each type has a background filled with a subcolor and a transparent type. Maybe we should make the subcolor black and see if that hones it in a bit more. So let's make this black. Let's try this again. No, that's definitely not good. Okay. It's definitely I could be doing something wrong. I could definitely be doing something wrong here. Maybe the angle. And it was on a darkened layer, so let's... I think this is the closest of it, and then you might have to like continue to like maybe like erase it. So like if we do transparent, you might have to like, yeah, you might have to layer it on. But I'd say this is definitely like I could definitely work with this from what I was trying to look for in terms of like the layer that I wanted. And you know what? We'll do this and its color. I think overlay would work. Ooh, okay, maybe not. Multiply? Screen wouldn't work, yeah. Just make it bright. What about normal? Well, I was already on normal. But like if I were to like erase it and stuff, it's not bad. It's not bad for sure. I think I'm gonna chalk it up that I'm just doing it wrong, so I'll just probably like mess with it. Okay, let's try gray. Yeah, let's try gray. I'm gonna keep it. No, with monochrome, it probably not. Okay. I'll do gray, and then if that doesn't work, I'll probably change the layer to a gray layer too. Yeah, a lot of this is just like experimenting and seeing what sticks. What if I change the layer to gray? And then I just do this. Yeah, it's definitely... I'm definitely not doing it right, because... Hold on. So we got the particle size, like right there. What about brush size? Is that... Okay, let's try this. Let's just try like a section that has nothing. Of course. It's like the... I don't know why it does that. Oh, I think it's because I have it on... Yeah, oh, duh. I have it on a multiply like layer. Or the blending mode, I had it to multiply. And this layer is on multiply. So I'm just making myself... I'm making it harder for myself, is what I'm trying to say. That's obviously too big. I think it has to boil down to like maybe the bigger the brush size and the smaller the particle size, the closer you get to it. Because I think this is the closest I can get to it. And then obviously you probably have to like do another layer of gray and just you know, just throw it on top. And I think that would be like the closest thing that you can get to it. But for now, we'll just we'll worry about that another time. So let's just delete these. Once again, thank you though. Let's just try to see if we can hatch before we like, you know, hit the final minute. Okay, let's see what we want. We're obviously not gonna hit, you know, where the light hits, right? So we're gonna just gonna hatch. And it's okay if you overshoot it a bit. I mean, it's hatching. It's not the end of the world. Maybe like darkening and like making it more thick towards the, like, you know, the darker side of the shading. Like the darker you get, the thicker the lines you want it to be, right? Maybe we can no. I think what it is that this probably needs to need to adjust this. And then we'll just add to it. We'll probably like add more. Let's see how it would look with more. Let's probably make it even darker. It's a little better. We'll probably have to like adjust it as time, like as we get further into the hatching process. But for now, let's try to get the darkest. Let's try to get the darkest spots, right? So like obviously the middle spot, and since we're like obviously under the chin, we'll do that too. Where did I do with my whites? Don't tell me I deleted it. I may have deleted my outline whites and just didn't realize. I mean, that's not a big issue at all, actually. We could just do it again. Yeah, unless it's... No, it's not that. Yeah, we definitely got rid of the white like outlines. Let me see if I can... Nah, let's not Z-back. We'll add it. We'll add it post, like at the end, like usually how I do it anyway. So we'll just keep hatching. It's really not that big of a deal at all, actually. It'll just be more fun to do it again for me. Okay, so yeah, so like remember where the light doesn't like, so since light's hitting here, right, and your shadow's here, right, you're obviously gonna like get shadow right there, right? Because when you have a light source, let me show you. You have a light source. So let's say this is your light source, right? And it's hitting something. Let's use a cylinder, right? You got your cylinder, right? The direction that cylinder is getting hit at, it's getting hit by this direction, by diagonal direction, right? So obviously your brightest point is going to be right here, and then this is gonna be your shadow, right? But the same thing could be about like let's say we want to do it in a 3D, right? So like let's say our cylinder is like 3D, right? Let's try a different light source for this one, okay? Well, this actually, hold on. Let's make this, and then let's, right? So this is your cylinder, right? Let's say the light source is coming from the top right here, right? This is your light source. Obviously, there's gonna be no shade right here whatsoever, right? But immediately, like at this angle, boom, 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 right? And then the bottom, since nowhere near the light at all, it's the opposite side of the light, right? It's gonna be completely pitch black on the other, right? Now, granted, you won't see that until you like turn the cylinder, right? But like, you know that is gonna be like just 100% pitch black. And the same thing can apply to like characters. So like for instance, like the light's hitting right here, we get a shade right here, right? But here is your pitch black. essentially, because it's nowhere near, like at all, nowhere near the light source. So this is gonna be your darkest like point right here, right? Because even from like the overlights, I mean the overhead lights and the screen light, the jumbotron screen light, even though they're coming from different directions, at the end of it, all those light sources do not reach this like middle ground compared to the rest. So your middle is going to be the darkest in this situation. And like there's like a Chun-Li like drawing, I think, where they like use a, let's just say that this is a hand, right? And this is a face, right? Let's just add, like, right? She's like putting her hand over like the sunlight, right? So this is the light source, and it's hitting her right here, right? So you're basically, this is your shade, right? Now at this angle, what's underneath this arm is gonna cast a shadow over her body, right? So her arm is gonna be like casting a shadow like right over her, like basically her chest, right? So this would be the shadow that the arm cast, right? And then this is your bicep, by the way, or let's just say it's the bicep, right? The same thing would apply to the bicep, so it'd be like this is the arm shadow, right? And like since she's putting it over her face, I guess you could essentially say it's like right here, right? See? So it's the light, wherever the light is hitting. Not only do you have to consider like obviously the darkest point of like the opposite of that light source, or where it's coming from, the origin, but you also have to consider what that object is and if it's casting a shadow as well, right? And if it's casting a shadow, what is the shape of that shadow? When you think of it like that, now granted, I don't get all my shadows correct, but when you think of it like that, like your shadows, it becomes a little easier to like imagine what the shadows are gonna look like, right? And I guess like through time you start getting better at it. But I found that very useful, so like I just wanted to share that. Okay, we're almost. I definitely wasted time towards the latter half. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely not gonna happen. Like, this is definitely not gonna happen next time. I'm definitely gonna finish a page. But we're almost done, or we're almost like done with the stream. So like this is your darkest, right? Because the chin, the bottom of the chin is casting a shadow itself, right? So at that point, you would have something like that, right? Now I could be wrong, obviously, or I could be like putting in the wrong spot where the chin's casting a shadow. But this is what I would imagine be your darkest, like your darkest shade right here, right? And the same thing can go right here, right? And your chest would be casting a shadow obviously too, right? Because it's like overlapping the bicep, so like maybe like right here would work, right? Now we could probably like fix the direction of this shade right here. So like put it like maybe like right. That's why when you see like a lot of mangaka or like comic artists, they'll like always like solid black underneath the chin. It's usually like, that's like one perfect example where like the light's not hitting if the light's like your light switch is at the top. It also looks cool, which could be another reason why they do that. Let's fix this a bit. And like I said, I'm not trying to act like I know everything. So like if you if it's something that you are more well informed of, please let me know. That way I can like adapt from that, right? See, now this bottom portion of the pants, probably the hatching needs to either overextend or retract a bit. But yeah, we're gonna add more hatching here. Now I might even just get rid of the whole hatching and try it again. Sometimes it takes me a couple tries to get it, or like to get to where I'm pleased with it. No, we'll worry about where that goes later. Let's probably add more of that solid black right here. Now obviously that's a big cast shadow, so maybe we're like doing a little too much on it. So what I'm gonna do is actually we're gonna try this again. We'll probably follow like a triangular shape of the shading. So like maybe right here, right? Because then it follows the shape of the chin, and then it stops right there. So let's try this right here. You can also cast like a reflection, like a light refraction on there to give it more style. So like right here, this outline will be the darkest part of it, right? And that's more like stylistic, obviously, right? Well, it's also like realistic too, right? Fundamentals, but like I think at that point it's like preference. That's like a stylistic choice. And this is just all pertaining to like how I do my stuff. So it doesn't mean that like it's like something that you have to do, because everybody draws differently. Shading the face, it could be kind of difficult, but let's try to tackle that right now, I guess. Let's just try what we had it before, because we obviously wanted his face to be visible, right? I mean, this could work. I feel like I might need to layer one more, but I don't want to be like too, I don't want to like overdo it, because like what I also want to do is like what I said like earlier in the stream is like add like the motion, right? Let's try it with white. Let's see how like white looks. And this could work too. The only problem is that once we do like our white outline again, we'll have to like make sure that it doesn't like take away from this one, right? Now we'll just leave it like that for now. Probably have to add more to it, or probably like fix it a bit. We can also maybe thicken it. That's probably what it needs. Maybe set this to like 12. Yeah, maybe this will need to be like tackled, like this kind of like these like white streak lines may need to be tackled differently. But we'll leave that for now. Oops, sorry about that. Didn't mean to close that. Okay, let's try this, and if it we'll just we'll Z back out of it if it doesn't work. Might need to be very specific with this one. Now granted, it could just be I'm just trying to overcomplicate things with this. Yeah, it does seem like it's a little extra. So we'll just keep it simple. We'll probably like do like something like that. And maybe like the signature like shade to the side. I think this is okay. Yeah. Not too much, right? But Well, it could be a little much, but we can come back to it. Yeah, I might redo all the shading a bit. But follow like the same like strategy. Just try to make it look cleaner. I just need to see what it would look like right now. I might just fill it all in right here. We are 5 minutes left, so while let's stop with the hatching for now. We'll probably we'll probably continue it later. And let's just let's re-add this white outline just to see what it would look like with the hatching now. Yeah, the white outline is it does such a good job to like just adding to this this drawing in general. Obviously we'll like overlay it too with the background. I mean, the hatching here is not too bad. I just probably have to redo it to make sure it's going all the same direction. But this is definitely this is very close to what it's gonna look like in the end. Like this is basically like what the end product would look like for at least like this part of the drawing, right? Like I said, it doesn't need to be perfect, like the white outline, because it's not like people are gonna zoom in and like stare at it. But you see how much it already emphasizes like the layering of like the foreshadowing. Like basically it gives you like the foreground, midground, background of your character. It really helps with that depth, like just to add more to it. Obviously I could tell like the legs are a little probably too big, so we might go back and fix those another day. But in the next stream I will definitely show what the end result was. But I'm definitely seeing that maybe I might need to fix the legs, like probably make them smaller or like a little further away from the camera. Because it's starting to make it look like he's it's starting to make it look like he's like proportionally like what, like 3 feet tall, right? So that might need to get fixed, which is totally fine. Okay, but let's show what the whole page looked like, at least from what we worked on, right? Not too much. We didn't do a lot, right? But slow, like any progress is better than no progress, right? But we went from having the page looking like, let's pull it up again, to looking like this, right? So we got 5 panels, right? We got a sequence of events, right? But it's all static. It's not dynamic. It's very stale, right? And like it's almost kind of convoluted and confusing. Like you have to like really think. Like you have to think when you look at these like panels to know what's going on, right? We don't want that, right? We want it to be as clear and like smooth as possible, right? So this is a whole lot better, like miles better than the other version. Because in here you have these three panels. Then we jump straight to the shot right here, and then we come to this panel. Here we get the establishment of the anticipation. We get the wind up, right? So we're going from left to right already. But from this panel, we're jolting down diagonally. Granted, we're gonna fix like the direction of this a little bit more to fit what this is facing. But we go straight down to this panel, right? And then all that's left for you to look at is this last panel. So this is a lot smoother, a lot more clear. Like it's definitely more readable, and it doesn't require, if any, like any thought from the reader to understand what is going on. They can just breeze through this page like in like, I'd say 5-10 seconds, maybe even faster than that, and they can just move on to the next page, right? Which is good. It's like you want them to like just understand what they're seeing, and at least that was the plan for today's stream, was to try to get it to be more readable. And I think I'm satisfied with at least the direction that it's going, that it went into. Now we just got to fix a couple things, more like the technical stuff of the drawing, and then finalize it, and then we don't have to even think about it anymore. It won't be a concern anymore after that. Alrighty, well, thank you for joining my first live stream. I'd say this is a good test live stream. I wish I had done more, gotten further with the page, but I think I was able to share a lot of like how I like function, or like how I see, like what I think, my thought process on working on a page. So I'm glad that I was able to at least try my best to like communicate like how I do it. And I know I gave a lot of unsolicited advice, so my apologies. But like yeah, if you guys have any questions in future live streams, like always feel free to shoot me a message, and we can always talk about it. But I appreciate you guys joining. We'll definitely do another stream in the future. I'll be sure to post it in my socials when that will be, and it will be another scheduled stream, so like you can see it on the YouTube channel when it pops up. But yeah, we're gonna end it here. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, and the video should come up soon, and there should be the VOD and then the live chat as well. So yes. Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you for joining, and good night. I'll see you guys next time. Alright, bye bye.